Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order. Today we have the pleasure of having the governor here and to go over his office requests. So Governor, please.
Aloha, Chair.
Good morning.
It's good to see you. Aloha, members, committee. We wanted to just come and be with you and show you respect. It's a new session. It's a new era, Tuliao, in our minds. And we're excited. Just going to be completely direct with you. We're excited about a collegial capacity that we don't know that we've had quite in a long time. I have been you. We share the same values, without a doubt. And our team is here to serve. Honestly, we're going to tell you this straight. We're completely mindful of the separation of powers. At the same time, we all care about people so deeply. That's what I've informed my cabinet. Care for people. Make sure that everything we do demonstrates that. Make sure our policies demonstrate that. Make sure when the House or the Senate sends us a policy that we find a way to make it impactful. We're not going to always have the exact same idea. We'll defer to the best ideas. Today we're here, of course, to give you our budget and just share with you what we think would be best, but we also rely on you because you have additional perspective. And I'll tell you, I remember that perspective of being right in the grocery store next to some members of your community. You see them twice in the same day and you're like, oh my goodness. And they tell you what they really need and what matters to them. You bring that to us. I may not have that opportunity. I certainly won't have it statewide. And it's a powerful thing that you bring. So I just thought I'd mention a couple things, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. We are going to focus on overall housing, which we know that is a huge focus of the House. We're going to focus on homeless solutions. We're going to focus on making sure that we're in line with you for rainy day funds and climate, all of these things. So you'll hear that as the hearings go on, and you're already hosting those hearings, we know, so we're grateful for that. Regarding today, our testimony won't obviously regurgitate it, but I'll tell you this. We're asking for some modest resources to make sure the policy team is financed through the rest of the year. These are great people that will help us refine policy requests, add our mana'o, and then go with what you believe. But that would help to provide for the full year funding. You'll see us ask in this budget for some additional positions. We'll ask that the Office of Wellness and Resilience be dedicated fully. We thought that was brilliant of the legislature last year to do that. That's about harm reduction in our minds. And there's been a lot of harm psychologically for people because of COVID. We think that will be very good to do. And what you'll read and what you should, of course, make the decisions about is 10 positions that we discuss here. 3 are for federal fund coordination. We expect those to have an enormous magnifying effect on the monies that we would like to bring in to take down some of the pressure on state finances, though they're surplus, but we're mindful that there's federal dollars that get left on the table all the time. So 3 positions there, 4 positions which would support housing policy and execution of that policy. It's no secret that housing is just the the gorilla in the room. And then finally, some additional constituent service, one for Lanai, one for Molokai. We think that there should have always been more support for those regions. And the last position you'll see here is for statewide mental health care policy. This would be our lead so that people, instead of languishing on the street with mental illness and addiction tending to cost the taxpayers about $80,000 per person per year, would instead be integrated into our Kauhale and homeless programs so they have harm reduction, they do better, and they can work seamlessly with our housing chair, Nane, and our homeless lead, James Koshiba. So really, I just wanted to finally say we appreciate you, and we'll be here. But I don't know if it's typical for the team to all come down, and I will try not to be in the way. But I will be available to you. I'll leave my cell phone number with the chair if you don't have it, and you should just get in touch with me directly if you have concerns. But we'll be following Chair's lead as we go forward for the session.
Okay, thank you very much, Governor. Governor, maybe if you want to introduce your team.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, Brooke Wilson, my chief of staff, and we got Blake Oshiro.
Never saw him before.
Our policy lead. Nana Medeiros, she's our housing champion. Cameron Deptula, he is kind of my right hand. And was this? Do you guys all want to be introduced? Okay. And Julian, who is our kind of budget finance director internally, and I would say he's also deputy chief to Brooke. So Julian, we apologize for having stolen him from other teams, but Julian has been very helpful to me to understand the budget that I actually never had the luxury of sitting on finance over the years. They kept me protected away from that budget. So Julian has kind of been my best educator for this process. Oh, Tia has also begun to chair our Office of Wellness, and then who has come over to us from Harvard for a few weeks to do an externship. Have I missed anybody? No, lots of team. And we won't burden you with this many people all the time, but we thought to start the year, we'd like to have that kind of security blanket around you guys.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'll open up to questions. Members, any questions? Okay, Representative Poi Poi, followed by Ward.
Thank you, Governor. I just had a question about the positions for Molokai and Lanai. I'm very excited about those positions. You know, we often feel left out, and I think that'll help bring inclusivity for our communities. Just curious a little bit more about what those positions would entail, and if there's a physical, like, office space associated, or if they're just in the community positions, like liaison.
That's a great question. Well, we would like to envision them as offices like we have for Maui, for Big Island, of which we have two, one in East and one in West Big Island, or Kauai. So I would, in my perfect world, have the position and some small amount of space at least so that they could function. We're flexible if it ultimately is better to have them work from home, because we recognize from a pure population standpoint, it's more challenging for us to ask for that position. On the flip side, one person in the community always pays incredible dividends for that community, in my opinion. And I think it makes makes it easier for us to liaison. Now, you're going to be here during the session, as we all know, and it's easy to come upstairs, see us, and spend time. But once we get out of this first 100 days, those positions are even more valuable. So I would love to have a full position on each of the islands. Forgive me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Governor. A delight to see you in person. We were some of us were trying to guess who you might send, but you sent yourself, and you said out of respect to the committee. So thank you for respecting the committee. Even though you were the health chair, you never got into the finance committee. You missed a lot.
I'm sure I did.
But
I can feel it now.
It's always good to see one of our own who becomes governor. Well, no, two. Actually, your office has got another stowaway in play.
With a couple extra stowaways that we'll be announcing soon, but it's good.
More to come then,
Yeah.
obviously. You said earlier also, you will defer to good ideas.
Yes.
Good ideas like the GET tax, but there's always some rumbling about, I put it on the basis of the ALICE study, you know, the asset limited, income challenged, employed people.
Yes.
58% of your constituents, sir, are on the borderline of poverty. 58%. It's almost embarrassing. Some say it's one paycheck away from homelessness, which is really frightening. Is there momentum to stick with the GT tax increase? You've encouraged a lot of the poor and a lot of the people who want to at least elevate a lot of people by saying when you buy groceries, no GT tax. When you do your medicine, no GT tax. Could you update us on that, Governor?
Yes, in fact, Julie and I were talking about this right before we came down. We do want the tax breaks, the tax protection to go, if at all possible, and I know you guys will be able to craft the nuance of this to those who are in the ALICE category, which goes up to about $60,000, more or less. We'll refine that number for you. To remind everyone, the median income in the state for family four is about $113,000. The federal poverty level is about $32,000 in Hawaii. But as Representative Ward shares, The Alice families are higher than that. People, you know, if a family of four is bringing in a total of $60,000, so much goes to rent, food, and education that they end up teetering into a desperate state. So, first, in answer to your question, getting rid of the tax, the general excise tax on food and medicine, in my opinion, is a straightforward way to go. However, I want to acknowledge the good points that have been made already by Speaker and others, that we would lose that 30% of the tax that comes from travelers, from tourists. So we might benefit more from essentially giving tax breaks, if you choose, to those individuals that are in the Alice category and below specifically through other mechanisms, which will be a way to, by de facto, take away that tax burden on them. Meanwhile, you would still be able to tax if we decided not to do away with the total general excise tax on food and medicine, which would have a much higher number on our budget. It wouldn't benefit, say someone's out there making $400,000 a year, they're not asking for the tax break from food or medicine, or the traveler that comes in from California that goes to Costco, they're not asking for the tax break. So again, per what I said up front, whatever the best idea is that will help people the most, believe me, I'm signing it if you send it. And that's why I wanted to be here on day one, because I know that a lot of the policies that you guys take up will not just be the small budget requests that we make, or the LG makes, or a few others, but it'll be these huge questions that affect hundreds of thousands of people and hundreds of millions of dollars.
Thank you, Gov. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Governor, for being here. Can you talk about in more detail your priorities for the stadium redevelopment, how you're moving that forward? And last night I attended a neighborhood board meeting, and there was some discussion about the transition between Governor Ige's plan and your plan, and that we've kind of sunk about $17 million in planning. So can you kind of also discuss how you're reducing costs by transitioning in your role as governor and changing priorities?
Sure. So thank you, Representative. That question will be best directed over time. I'm going to give you a little bit of love here, but the DBED folks are going to be our point on that. You know, from an executive decision perspective, I want us to go forward. Our position, I know it's a challenge, and again, I'll be utterly blunt. We inherit a situation where there's a little bit of a difference between House and Senate. Totally recognize that. What we're trying to make sure we do, and we had a meeting yesterday with the county, is to take advantage of some of the property tax picture that they have, some of what the impact would be on the district, to minimize the cost. I understand some of the carrying costs year over year are a great concern. I also want to remind us all, and we all know this, that every year we wait, it's going to be another $20, $30 million. It always happens because the cost goes up, the price tag goes through the roof. We, of course, experience that with rail. And so I just feel that we need an executive that's going to make a decision. It will be an imperfect one, if I may, because it's going to cost money to build a stadium. I want that for our kids. I want that for the university. And we will entertain any idea that you guys want to put in to decrease the costs. We do want housing to be a part of it. We're working on infrastructure plans to be extra supportive. I will be seeking support from military, in the military, and also the city and county. I'm even open, if it pleases the committee and the legislature, to looking at naming rights to decrease cost. I'm open to anything, but I do want to make that decision now so that we don't have the pure loss of $20 million a year, or if it's 2 years and so on. But there's probably a lot more and better information that you'll get from our DBED folks, if that's okay. The one risk about me coming down here is I'm not going to be the expert on all of these issues. I can give you how I tend to approach things with our cabinet, but I think you should pound them with ideas when committee time comes. And if you don't get satisfaction, we'll improve the plan. We want you to help guide us.
Thank you, Governor.
You bet.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Lamasao, followed by Morikawa, followed by Cochran.
Thank you, Gov, for being here today. You mentioned doing an emergency proclamation for housing. So I want to know the status of that. And You spoke about a growing population of, or just our mental health being compromised, especially during the pandemic, and it still has still been a problem. I want to know if you have any plans to use maybe some of the opioid settlement funds for any mental health programs in the state of Hawaii.
Great, absolutely. And after I go, you might also get additional answers from Nani on housing. But the answer is yes, the emergency proclamation is well underway. It's pretty dense right now. It's about 24 pages long. We're trying to streamline it and simplify it. Our hope is to only use emergency work to support and augment your work during the session and what the legislative process is. There are two components, essentially, of emergency housing concerns. One is just pure housing concern. We don't intend to affect conservation land or zoning. We just simply want to get some of the red tape out of the way and address some of the permitting concerns that have existed so people can actually start building the housing. Also to support resources for individuals that we can open up through emergency proc to a small degree, so that we don't leave people on the street. So that's a big part of it. We will get something, we're kind of telescoping towards, just so you know, the 23rd, where I'll do the State of the State address for all of us together so that I can give you good details there. So this is kind of like a preview. So that's one part. And then on homelessness, we also will be doing some of the work through the emergency rules, we hope, that really launch the Kauhale very safely. If you haven't had a chance to see the one, for instance, in Kalilo, it's completely beautiful. We constructed that with private funds for the most part, very little public funds, and it's now helping those who are homeless and have mental illness issues. Yes, finally, the opioid monies should be used, in my opinion, for not just support of those who are struggling with addiction or mental illness subsequent to addiction, but there is now actually quite a lot of capacity given to us by the federal government to use some resources from Medicaid and others to support the housing itself. You can imagine, for example, at some of the Kauhale, the budget is often $300,000 to $400,000 a year for social workers, care coordination, so on. That's a perfect use for opioid money. And by the way, the moment a person has a roof over their head, their drug and alcohol consumption has been dropping 60% in the first month. So boy, you get a lot of harm reduction when you do that. So a lot of what we'll do will be hell-bent on helping the 6,000 or 7,000 individuals that are still homeless and unsheltered to get into a place with these resources, with as minimal an impact on your core budgets that you give us as possible, but the savings will be quite something as we do better year over year.
Thank you, Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Governor. I really need to thank you very much because of two incidences. Our hospital on Kauai, the Kauai KVMH, saved my husband's life a couple of months ago, which was just amazing because if we didn't have that access so quickly, he may not have made it. Secondly, a month later, well, just recently I spent New Year's Eve at Queens because, well, we know that the air ambulance went down, right? And what you did to have the military step in saved his life because he needed immediate surgery here on Oahu. So I just want to thank you for stepping up and doing that immediately because, you know, most of the population does not understand what neighbor islands go through. I mean, the cost to bring our loved ones here on Oahu is tremendous. And I can't imagine how people will pay for that, even if they have to pay a little bit out of pocket, whatever. But these uninsured, underinsured people will never pay that back. So we need to figure out how we can help them to get easier access to this quality health care.
Thank you, Representative. No, it was our honor to be of support. It was a very unusual circumstance that it was someone directly in the family, but these are families every day, right? And when I heard after the fact that it was a family member here, it brought it even closer to home. That was what we did spend much of our time of the first 4 weeks on, which was summary of events. The Hawaii Life Flight 25 days ago lost its plane. There will be some news about that in the coming 48 hours, which we'll share with everyone. It'll be helpful for closure. And then subsequently we have fixed wings, which they had to stand down briefly. And then we brought in teams immediately by the next day to make sure we had seamless transport. Meanwhile, we used Coast Guard and Army National Guard. And that complement has made sure that no one would go without care. But going forward, we've tasked the Healthcare Association of Hawaii and our new Director of Health, Kenny Fink, who started yesterday, by the way. Kenny has a lot of experience. So he was Medicaid Director before and has been, really working hard in healthcare for many years. They have been tasked by me to give a full assessment to you and our team about the best plan going forward to make sure we never have even a bump in the road, that we can immediately just flip a switch and we go to our backup plan. We tend to transport typically about 12 to 15 people a day statewide, and now it's actually less because we're doing more to get more healthcare and more kind of coordination on each of the neighbor islands. One thing you will see from me, and I won't take too much of your time, but we have proposed in our budget $10 million for the first year and $20 million for the second year for loan forgiveness for social workers, nurses, doctors, everyone, directly to have loan forgiveness statewide for anyone who would come to Hawaii, hopefully our local kids that are finishing up at JAPSOM, so we never have to transfer anybody over time. There will be times when some accident is so terrible they have to go to Queens. But we could come to a time in a short period, just in the course of a couple terms for us serving, that could set up a situation where we don't worry about that anymore. And we should have long ago done that because, when we had COVID, we spent $75 million for just 2 months of nurses to fill in. Now, FEMA did ultimately pay for that, which I'm grateful for, right? But imagine $75 million for nurses just for 2 months when we could have had loan forgiveness for a decade. So we'll be on that problem with you, and we'd love to work with you daily on that.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran, followed by Keela.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you so much for being here personally, Governor. I appreciate your team being here too. And I'm from Maui, representing West Maui. And so a lot of my district is shoreline, coastal, erosion, and things of that nature, and seeing the photos of North Shore here. So what is your plan for climate, shoreline, coastal erosion issues? I guess just generally, I know probably the finer details will come later, but I mean, things like restoration in place versus shoreline retreat. I mean, retreat's not always possible, but that seems to be the kind of buzzwords nowadays. So just wanted to hear what your folks' philosophy and thoughts are on that.
Thank you. Yeah, our team rarely retreats. That's one thing you're going to see. So, to our own detriment some days. Okay. I'll be announcing in the State of the State a request to set aside $100 million into essentially a climate impact fund, and that'll be separate from what we're proposing of $500 million. Again, defer to the committee chairs and you as members for rainy day funds. But that $100 million for climate can be used quite potently because we'll be able to bond from that money, is my understanding, usually about a 10-to-1 ratio. So $100 million is essentially $1 billion of access if large challenges arise, like on the North Shore of Maui and West Side. In addition to that, and I know this is controversial, but I don't mind, we're proposing a couple things. We are proposing this climate impact fee. And bear with me, it will be teased out legally. We'll find out whether it's fully okay and whether or not it's the pleasure of the legislature. But $50 per visitor over age 12 could bring, given the fact that we have 8 to 10 million visitors, over $600 million, which could go to that fund. Now, what I suspect will happen, because I'm going to be really pragmatic to save you guys some trouble, is I suspect that individuals will move from that idea and look at other ideas that will include fees at places where there's already a big impact. And if that happens, and if that's your desire, put those monies into this fund and let it grow. I will also tell you that I have a certain gift to bring some of the private sector and corporate world to the table on some of these matters, and I think they will match a lot of this money. 2 of them have already told me that they would like to do that on climate, and we should accept their resources because of impact. One of them is an airline. Those monies then can be used however you see fit as you appropriate into climate programs. I think Hawaii should lead on this. Other countries are actually taking monies in like this. Of course, we've been applying a TAT tax forever, which is an approximation of an impact fee. So this will be the hard work, of course, of the committee. And I just want to say this so I don't have to say it later. Give me the best idea, we'll do it. As long as, and I know you're going to be thinking of this, as long as it really sets us up well for the future. We understand that there is probably $28 billion worth of impact that we can already foresee in the next couple decades on the climate, the impact of climate change. So we have to be ready for real, for real challenges so that we don't ever have to race to the general fund for billions of dollars, which we won't have. So that's what our plan is right now.
Okay. Sure. Can I have one follow-up?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. And my other thing is about your thoughts on food security in reference to our in agriculture.
Yes.
Plans for that.
Right. So we have not ever really crossed a tipping point of activity on ag, and we would like to do that. Again, that's the beauty of this committee. I think if we come up with a good package of tax incentives, we can really make ag the next significant economic driver in our state. I would love to see that. As we all know, it's pretty difficult to get smaller farmers into a place that they can sustain their operation. As it's been shared with me, we ought to come to a place where we're essentially 100% bought for our local farmers before they even grow their crops. And I think we could achieve that. We're going to need to support water quite a lot, and believe me, I'm game. Also, you will find that our DLNR nominees will be working very closely with the ag nominees to transfer lands appropriately for ag, because there's about 20%, I'm told, of the inventory in DLNR that could be used potentially for agriculture, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, I think that's still really preservation of land. It's not a development, it's an ag project. So all these things are key. It'll be up to you to decide which package of incentives you want to put into place, because if we don't incent those businesses, I don't think we'll really see much change. We can go after a lot of grants, they're usually small. We can try hard to encourage young people to go into agriculture, but it's a pretty tough go. But I would love that if, we have tourism, we have the military. If ag was next, and I will put in my personal pitch for organic ag, if I may, I think organic ag as a selling point for Hawaii could be extraordinary. Not trying to revisit the battles I've had with some of the others, that are not organic. I just think that would be for Hawaii a great thing, because we do have, I think, the cleanest climate and environment in the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much again for being with us today and your staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Keeler.
Hi, Governor Blake, Brooke, and Governor's team. I do not envy you folks, but I appreciate the hard work that you folks are doing. The representative of Maui does a good segue into 2 things that I wanted to talk about. When we are talking about climate change, I want it to be at the forefront when we talk about equitable climate change, because there are communities throughout this island that want to be coastline, but District 44 had no choice but to be coastline, right? And when the average income in my district is less than 40,000, the average household size is 6 to 7, and the bachelor degrees is less than 4% of my whole district. Some of these folks have nowhere else to go, right? So first and foremost, we are hit the hardest. And it's a double-edged sword living beachfront, and folks have chosen to it, but some of these folks have had no choice. Some of these beachfront properties in my district too are also DHHL homestead lands, and these lands were inherited years and years ago. So when we're talking about a sustainable climate plan, I hope at the forefront we're also making sure that the communities who had no choice to be on the coastline are probably the first ones to be talked about. Because I think to an extent, some of the folks of coastline now can't afford to retreat or remove their property. And then secondly, I would like to know if we keep hearing the construction, the lands and whatnot. I want to know where we are with land acquisition, especially when it comes to affordable housing and ag. When the ag list, I think, is 200 plus people waiting for ag lots. And I'm not sure if you're familiar, Makaha, there was a Korean conglomerate that purchased over 500 acres of land, but that went through bankruptcy court, right? So sometimes those public proceedings aren't there. But that's 500 acres of land we will not get back. So are we looking at land acquisition to make sure that we can continue the portfolio to build and expand for future?
Thank you. No, brilliant questions. Absolutely. So first, yes, reducing disparities is going to be central to everything we do. Health, ag, justice, housing, right down the line. We will focus that way because one of our directors we don't have today is for DHHL. So our nominee is Ikaika, and what we'd like to do is to make sure that we disposition far more land than any administration ever has before. But you actually bring up a great point, which is that it won't just be building Hawaiian homelands. It may actually be acquiring parcels. I've already asked them to do that. You were very generous in the last session to, as in the royal you here, last legislature included, to give us $600 million. And don't be surprised if we do want to make major acquisitions. The Homestead folks that made a proposal did propose some large land acquisitions. This is a very fluid plan. Obviously, we're just 5 weeks in, and we are having our team work in this way. We have housing in Nani meeting with Ikaika, meeting with James, and our executive team of Brooke and Blake. So we don't let silos don't exist in our administration. And we'd be happy to invite you as legislators from time to time if you had specific requests into that kind of moment. That is excellent. It's one of the reasons I'm here today. I think you're right. People aren't going to be able to move. Therefore, there may be targeted places where we act first. If we're smart, we will actually disposition virtually all the land that we have, if we're smart. We should look past disputes of the past and do that and give people assets, in my opinion. And in addition to that, we should be more creative in how we approach housing and the use of these monies, because I don't think everybody wants a single family home anymore. I think some people would prefer a small condo. Other people would prefer to have some flexibility to do ag housing in and around their community. And these things are very different, and ag housing could be much less expensive but more quickly impactful. There were some plans, I believe, on Kauai they had to do ag housing. The price point was closer to $75,000, a small house in that setting, as opposed to building a condo right here, which is going to cost upwards of $500,000 at least to build, and a single family home even more. So if you'll allow us that flexibility, we'll go for it.
No, it's funny. I wrote ag housing ?
Yes.
On one of my notepads because I think that would be a good sub housing for workforce housing.
Yes.
When we talk about teachers and the nurses, I think ag housing would be a great solution because when you're working in ag, if you are in the field, it's not a profitable thing. You're barely making it. But removing those barriers when it comes to housing can give them a chance to sustain themselves. So I appreciate your response. I appreciate your folks' work, and mahalo, Chair.
And that's one of the very reasons, Representative Chair, that we will pursue, the emergency proclamation, because it will open up some of those areas of capacity. And by the way, anything that you lock into law, it doesn't even have to go the whole 5 months. If you lock in pieces that you believe in sooner, we'll be ready, just so you know, because we want those solutions. I think we actually could do them quickly, but we have to be mindful of what the community out there has kind of said over the years. One caveat is too many people have said no over the years, and that's why we're in this circumstance that we are. They didn't want perhaps housing in their backyard, but we have to have it if we want ag, if we want equity, if we want healthcare providers to live in our rural communities to save our relatives. All these things come together. That's why I'm characterizing this as an emergency.
Joint info briefing, Committee on Ways and Means, and Committee on...
Sorry, Chair. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Kobayashi.
Morning, Governor.
Morning.
If there's going to be one full-time governor's rep in Molokai and Kauai. I think Kaloa, Kekaha, and Kamiki, Kapahulu, and Kahala could each use one.
Throw in a
Anyway,
white guy.
joking.
That's why we have you, actually, but thank goodness, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
more seriously, the freshman majority House members highlighted the priority of mental health in one of their early sessions. In a subsequent session, that prioritization was quantified. Mental health came out #1 priority with 32 points. Affordable housing came in #2 with 28 points. So I think that the freshmen have gotten maybe a head start and an insight into prioritization of mental health that we kind of were left behind. I mean, it kind of blew my mind that affordable housing was #2.
It's amazing.
At any rate, what struck me was that prioritization by the freshmen coincides exactly with the Hawaii Community Foundation ALICE report of 2022, last year, where mental health was selected as the #1 priority for issues that people so-called have to live with. So with your with the position for mental health policy coordination, I think that there's a lot that can be done mutually in this area, and obviously important.
You're so right, Representative. In fact, we're more than with you. We've already met with Hawaii Community Foundation. MICA guys are totally committed to us and we to them. I think that they're going to support some of these initiatives. This position is specifically meant to lead that team. We also have an individual named Dr. Michael Champion, who is out of the current Hawaii State Hospital, who will be a part of that. And also, in the spirit of collegiality, we're going to go across all the different barriers. So we'll have a private sector person, we'll have our people. But you know how I mentioned that loan forgiveness plan? As far as I'm concerned, put social workers, psychologists, and psychiatrists at the top there, because I completely agree with the freshman class that is, mental health care is primary care. Now, this is the observation that I've had from my job in life, and I think they're right on about that. And you know, mental health care has tended to get short shrift, and those are even sometimes the programs we cut first, like the adolescent psych program in Maui went away because they lose money, but they save people. So, you know, I had my second oldest cousin on the other side. We lost her 5 years ago to suicide, and she was doing well. She was successful. This is back in Pennsylvania, but addiction combined with mental illness ended her life. And she had some access, but not full access. And this was, you know, the cousin of a person who was in a position to do things. So it's just so impactful. I think we should all get together with Community Foundation and maximize our plans. What we are sharing with you today is kind of cut from that page. The idea of having some federal fund coordinators and grant coordinators helps us with the departments of Health and Human Services. The positions in neighbor islands in rural areas where we have the highest incidence of untreated mental illness helps us with that challenge. And then finally, the loan forgiveness program. So everything we do is actually meant to be synergized. That doesn't mean that we have to have everything that we ask for, but we have thought it through in the ways that you're suggesting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Representative Mortal, followed by
Governor,
Garrett.
before you leave, I have one more question because it involves a couple agencies. Hemp production has always been something that we think Hawaii can get into, right? But we can never get anything passed because the health department may not agree with the ag department, may not agree with the AG, and so we haven't been able to get that. So these hemp farmers have been just stocking their hemp and really can't do much about it. So I'm looking at introducing something this year, and I hope that we can finally get something out there, because we talk about sustainability, but we're bad ones. We don't allow it to happen sometimes.
If it's your priority, it will come to me, and in that case, our ag director, our health director, and the other regulators will agree. Okay, that'll be how we approach things, because I have done those tours, and I see no harm at all in hemp. I actually see that as one of our ag industries, and I suspect that we will be dealing both with hemp as ag, and we'll probably be dealing with marijuana as a larger question to put in a pitch if you go that direction. And I will sign your bill if you do go that road with marijuana. I will tell you this, earmark some of those resources for mental health care and law enforcement, in my opinion, because it would be an immediate help, and I want to be able to show society that we're thoughtful about impacts. But yeah, hemp is fine.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Governor, for being here. Really appreciate you coming down from the 5th floor to spend time with us. Just have a question regarding the Office of Wellness and Resilience. Very much a supporter of the concept. I think it's important that we look at these things through the lens of trauma-informed care. And I wish your executive director well. Looking at Table 6 on your budgetary ask, you do mention here that you're looking to make this a permanent attached position within the Office of the Governor. From my time in the executive branch, it's my understanding, perhaps I'm mistaken, that the Governor is not is prohibited from setting up permanent agencies within his office. Perhaps someone, I'm sorry?
2 years, I believe. Yeah. I think
Okay.
2 years we're entitled to only.
Okay.
But we agree with you, yes.
Okay, and do you have a thought on where the future home might be?
Yeah, it's, I think it's Department of Health is the current idea. We're just trying to give them support right now as we have a new director and we have some extra capacity in the executive branch. But we agree with you. I asked that same question of Brooke beforehand. And once you kick me out, you'll have Tia and Brooke and Blake and whomever else you think to answer that.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kahaloa.
Aloha, Governor. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. We've talked about ways to reduce costs and fees for our community. We know the cost of living has been very burdensome and keeps kind of piling on, and we want our best and brightest who are born and raised here to stay here. And I like some of the ideas to reduce those burdens, but we also need to ensure that we have enough state funds to do all the things that we need to do too. And you mentioned a little with hemp and a little with marijuana, but I was wondering if there's other ideas the governor's office has for generating other revenue to the state. So as we reduce tax burden on residents, potentially we generate revenue in other ways. So we're replacing versus minimizing or shrinking budgets.
Absolutely. So that's a pretty broad question, right? So a couple things. First of all, one of the discussion points we had, which was fees on travelers, right? Or fees at sites, which could be borne completely by them. So that's one piece. Of course, the economic development pieces, which will take time. Some people in our office have been talking about film as a place to generate some additional revenues. Of course, there's sin taxes too. Completely in support of increasing sin taxes if you see fit. But they do disproportionately hit a lot of our local residents. The other thing that, as you weigh some of these tax proposals, if we do end up removing the tax burden on Alice families, that's when you should look to, refit our state tax system. I do think that you're seeing what's going on right now at the county level. They're very worried. They're going to take some action about property taxes here. But for those who are coming into the state, for example, and having vacant, they speculate on homes and they have vacant houses, we're going to be proposing a $10,000 a home fee on them if they leave them vacant. There's 75,000 of those. That's $750 million potentially, which we'll not see all of that, of course. But we think that there are some really serious revenue generators. But if you have to ask me about taxes in general, I don't see any real value in taxing people under $50,000 on their food, their medicine, on how they survive. And I don't think people who are making $1 million or more a year will mind if their taxes go up in a very small increment to offset that. But we will be mindful of that. The benefit of that structure, of course, is that every single dollar of tax break that goes to people under 40, under 50, under $60,000, every single dollar is spent back in our community. Very few of those other dollars are spent here in Hawaii for people making $2, $3, $4 million or have that kind of capacity. So again, we are in your hands, in this committee's hands for these proposals. I'm excited about it because I think the spirit is there and the same ideas are there. But my main focus is on the people that are hurting right now, because I know that when they do better, we're all going to do better.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Governor, you have a over $2 billion surplus. We collectively.
Yeah.
So I was pleased to hear that you said, if you got an idea to save money, let us know about it. That shows you really want to look at every nook and cranny. One of those ideas that's sitting right face to face with all of us in regards to the stadium are naming rights. Millions of dollars from an airline or a bank or whatever, just waiting to save millions of dollars. And there's a lethargy somewhere in one of the departments or in one of those associations to say, well, you know, we just don't want to do that. So could you take that, put it up the flagpole, because that's something to me is a no-brainer. They do it all over the nation, and they get a lot of money for maybe 5 or 10 years. And if you're going to have the Class A stadium, this is a Class A way of doing it fiscally and correctly.
Thank you for that, Representative. Yeah, I have. We've asked Chris Sadeasu to put that on the list of ways to make the stadium more affordable. And I'll just tell you what I shared with them. I thought, at least initially, we should refer to it as Aloha Stadium as powered by, and then whoever the winner is. Because I'm a little reluctant to have what happened to my team in Pittsburgh, where it comes out with a crazy name from an insurance broker, or God forbid some other state name ends up on what is Hawaii's stadium. But I'm down with this. And we do have, I think we actually have some partners that have a lot of wealth in the state of Hawaii that we're aware of that might want to power our stadium. And it could make a big difference financially, I think.
So Aloha is the prefix, and then whatever follows from there.
I think that's probably the best approach. But again, no idea will be turned away in our office. And I will come back to you guys to make sure you feel right about it, because we're only going to have one stadium, and it's going to be kind of signature for our marketing and branding for the state. I just say this lovingly, if some other state has a name in their title, it could get a little weird if they end up running our stadium. But hey, they're all friends. We can figure this out.
So what are you going to do with the surplus?
The surplus is going to go, based on what you guys decide in committee, to some economic development, to a fair amount of tax breaks if you see fit, to people that need it the most, and a little bit of rainy day, just because we're looking at a potential of recession in the fall across the country. Now, I'm going to give you my prediction here. I don't think we're going to see, knock wood, too deep a recession in Hawaii based on what we're seeing. We're going to be careful, though. We're going to be prepared because there has been surprising pent-up demand to travel to Hawaii in spite of COVID, in spite of the economy. And we don't yet have the Japanese community traveling back. Our family actually, Jamie and I and Maya and Sam, just filmed an ad to go to Japan to encourage the Japanese travelers to come back here, because they've been, in many ways, our best travelers consistently over the years. So we're going to do all that we can. A small point, we benefited from two things. One, we were, of course, sustained by federal funds during the pandemic, but because Safe Travels got launched, we kept somewhere between 80 and 85% of our revenue stream. So we got both the federal monies and we sustained our economy going back to October of 2020. That's why we have this surplus right now. So we should use it. I think we should have used more of it last year, in my opinion, on mental health care. But now's the time. Here we are today. This really is a new administration, new legislature. You got a lot of people, new approach. We're going to be around. So give us your best ideas, and we'll do them.
Wish you the best during your honeymoon.
Thank you. Yeah. They make it 4 years. That will be just fine.
At least you got 6 months before everybody
No,
gets...
not 6 months. 48 months would be just fine, and that'll be okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Governor, thank you very much
Sorry,
for.
Chair,
Oh,
sorry.
please,
Thank
Representative
you.
Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. And again, Governor, I don't want to overspeak to my Molokai representative, but having been former county council member, I'm well aware, so I appreciate what you're talking about, liaison position, what have you, for Molokai Lanai. But to build upon that, access is very critical for both of those islands. As we know, we're separated by ocean and water.
Yeah.
So Lanai has the Expeditions ferry, and then Molokai, the ferry, got shut down. So the only way for the families there to travel, obviously, is by air. And so in regards to health, medical issues, you fly over, is costly. Lanai, you got to come over on a ferry. Then from there, you got to drive probably another hour or so, depending on traffic, over the Pali to, Kahului Hospital. So, I think access, we need to look at that.
Yes.
And Molokai, I mean, not the super ferry debacle, but something similar to
Yeah.
bring something back in that regards. And then it leads me to my last point, to the West Maui Hospital that maybe you folks have heard of, has been on the docket for decades. And thank God we still have Brian Hoyle and Newport Hospital pushing forward. Former Councilmember Joanne Johnson will be here on Wednesday, and I'm hoping perhaps she could bend your ear, whoever's office's ear, a little bit about that, because that would tie into having our West Maui Hospital, come through, and then quicker access for our neighbor islands of Lanai, Molokai,
Yes.
which ties into the transportation via boat or ferry, what have you.
Yes, a couple points to that, Representative. So, completely agree. The way this works well is at each level we elevate everyone, right? So, for example, Maui Memorial, who I met with yesterday, is planning on going to the Trauma 2 status and adding some personnel to add extra resources. And meanwhile, say Molokai General, they should be encouraged to take that next step, and we embed more either nurse practitioners full-time or one specialist full-time on the island, and we use loan forgiveness or just direct payment to make that happen. We'll never, of course, be able to have a neurosurgical team in Ka'u, where I worked originally, because we got 8,000 people. There will be 2 or 3 tragedies per decade, but you can't have a whole team who wouldn't have enough time to work and keep their skills up or sustain a practice. It's impossible, but you can do it, say, in Hilo. And the same thing can be done in closer proximity each time. And then on transport, yes, there's a couple things. One, I'm entertaining the idea of a mobile healthcare specialty squad that instead of always having to worry about a patient going from a more rural place to here, there may be reason to be able to get teams of healthcare professionals on occasion to go there. That's what we do with pediatrics for Kapiolani, and it works pretty well. Sometimes it's necessary with a very serious moment. So that's how I'd approach it. And the final point is there has been an acquisition or an investment, I believe, by Hawaiian Airlines for what is low-flying planes that are about 30 to 40 feet above. They're essentially like air ferries where they would have up to, I want to say, 5,000 pounds capacity to carry people, personnel, services, and so on. Now, I'm not trying to get all crazy with tech here because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I do think that, of course, it's not in the water, therefore it's not a ferry question. It appears to be a safe technology that's emerging, and it may very well suit our islands. So this is going to be an interesting time. If that pops and works, great. If it doesn't, I'm going to be getting you healthcare professionals in the rural areas better than usual. And I would just say this, because many of you are in your first term, this is the time where you guys can influence our directors to say, we want, for this region, we want this many healthcare providers. In these schools, we want this many health nurses. In our county, we want to make sure we get our share of healthcare providers and so on. That's one of the principal powers that you guys really have, the specifics. And I will ask our directors to just do it. So as long as there's enough resource, we'll do it. So expect that from us.
All right. Well, thank you very much again for being here and all your work and service. Mahalo.
Okay, Representative Poipoi.
Thank you, Ellie, and thank you, Chair. To respond a little bit, so Molokai is very protective of our borders. So introducing new traveling technologies would be a really cautious issue to approach our community with, especially the Regent aircraft. It's a very new and proven technology. So I know that there's a lot of community engagement to come from those companies. I would be interested in exploring designating Molokai and possibly Lanai as essential air service areas similar to Kalaupapa for medical access. Also to, you know, I was planning to work with our hospital there, which is Queens, and possibly our community health center to find ways to bring in the specialty care rather than having to outsource it, because of the stress of travel just adds to, you know, and the delays. Also trying to find some competition to introduce into the airspace. So that's my comment on that for now. And then while I have the mic, I do have an additional question. You mentioned tourism, military, and the possibility of expanding ag as economic drivers. With tourism, and especially during the pandemic, we saw an increased desire by our communities to reduce our dependence on tourism by diversifying the economy, which is easier said than done. But my question is, in that framing, do you have any considerations or plans to look at ways to reduce the military footprint in our communities?
So first, let me do the first question before the much tougher question. So the truth is, whatever you find the resources for, we will fight to find the personnel for. So regarding Molokai or Lanai for health centers, hospitals, it really just becomes a resource question. And we do have a lot of healthcare providers in the state of Hawaii. We have about 9,000 licensed physicians, but only 4,000 full-time equivalent people working, because a lot of people retire here. We have capacity if we set up systems a little bit better, either through telehealth or we pay for their overhead. We might very well be able to get people off the bench. And they are very experienced people. In some ways, they're the best healthcare providers. So that's one consideration. Though you should probably always try to find local kids that went to med school here and come back and stay. Likelihood of success is higher. Okay, so that's one thing. Totally agree on your tech question. Look, if part of the state doesn't want something, they shouldn't have it. I mean, I don't like those fights because they're not productive and they always result in nothing happening anyway. You might as well start by not doing it if people don't want it, okay? And then finally, on the military footprint question, that is an enormous question. Now, we'll have hearings and whole sessions of discussion on that. What I will tell you is this: we are very upset with the Navy and Red Hill. We are going to hold them to account. That will bear on how we go forward with our relationship, including the leases. We welcome the military as family when they are family, and that's how we're approaching it. As to the footprint going forward, it's a pretty complicated question because there are some uncertainties right now that they are sharing with us about different parts of the world and different conflicts. So we are in real conversations in real time about that. Also, we have actually asked the military to begin to house more people on their bases and to build some of that infrastructure out so that it takes down some of the pressure on our local people as to rent and cost of living. So yes, we are engaging in that. Having been the rep and then senator for a part of Big Island near Pohakaloa, it's always a really big issue. And I've always erred on the side of having concern about some of the training, dummy bombs, depleted uranium, any number of issues. Again, you're in a very powerful position to be on this committee. It should not be lost on anyone more senior or even new. You can set the policy through finance decisions if you want us to acquire, clean up, ask us to adjust what the footprint is, just being mindful that there are some things that are above even my pay grade in this case.
Thank you.
Sure.
Like Darius, I wrote on my notes, military housing for civilian housing. So,
Yes. Yes.
you.
Absolutely. We will ask the military to contribute to our civilian housing woes as a part of the relationship that we have.
All right. Okay, members, I guess we're done. Thank you very much, Governor. We appreciate you coming down, your gesture of coming down and sharing your time with us. We really appreciate. We know you're busy. You know, members, this is a good lesson as to when you title a bill, like, you know, when the committees come before us, it's kind of narrow, right? Debate, labor, whatever. When it's the governors, relating to governors, so it's every subject, right? But anyway, thank you very much for coming down, Governor.
And I apologize. These guys are more expert than I on these matters each, but, you know, I'm not paying them for today since you guys made me do all the work. Here's my,
Thank you.
and this has my direct line, so you should get in touch with me when you're in a crisis. But I will sometimes often defer to people who are closer to the solutions. But I'll be there for you. So thanks, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Members, we're in recess. Okay, we'll reconvene the Committee on Finance to take up our next briefing from the Office of Early Learning. Please.
Aloha. Good morning. Hi, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and committee members. I'm Yuko Arikawa-Cross. I'm the Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning, and I'm here with Lane Tsuchiyama, our Institutional Analyst for my Early Learning Board, Jordana Ferreira, my Government Affairs Specialist, and Colleen Momohara. She is our Educational Specialist for our Executive Office on Early Learning Public Pre-K program. I just wanted to first confirm that everybody received the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, because I'm going to be going through that now. So thank you for allowing me this time to share about the Executive Office on Early Learning and how we're looking forward to this legislative session. Today I'll provide a quick introduction to our agency and our budget priorities for this upcoming biennium. EOEL is statutorily charged to ensure a spectrum of high-quality early learning opportunities for children throughout the state, from prenatal care until the time they enter kindergarten, with priority given to underserved or at-risk children. Our vision speaks to the importance of high-quality early learning experiences during the early years for lifelong well-being. We work through collaboration and partnerships with public, private, and nonprofit to ensure children, families, and our workforce are supported. Our office has two main functions. The first is to coordinate and support investments, policies, and programs that strengthen the entire early childhood care and education sector. And the second is to administer the EOEL Public Pre-Kindergarten Program. We are in support of enhancing a diverse population of providers to include licensed early Head Start, charter schools, and Pre-Plus contracts, in addition to the EOEL Public Pre-K. We work closely with other departments such as the Department of Education, Hawaii Public Charter School Commission, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, university systems, and others to enhance the system of early learning for our youngest keiki and their families. While we continue to work towards stabilizing the field, we are also focusing on expanding access to early learning opportunities. The EOEL Public Pre-K program returned to in-person learning in 2021 and continues to operate 37 classrooms on 34 campuses. We are proud to continue focusing efforts to support the hallmarks of our program by supporting well-trained and well-supported educators through ongoing professional learning support and through the establishment of the Early Childhood Educator Stipend Program, and prioritizing at-risk and underserved children and families who deserve quality opportunities. EOEL receives federal funding for Hawaii's Head Start Collaboration Office, which includes one FTE position that supports this office. The Head Start Collaboration Office also helps to coordinate and facilitate partnerships among local Head Start grant recipients in the state, as well as ensuring the Head Start voice is included in state-level planning. The annual EOEL budget for the current biennium totals just under $7.2 million, which just over $7 million is through general funds. This financial support funds 37 public pre-K classrooms across the state on DOE campuses, including teacher and educational assistant positions, 2 multi-generational family child interactive learning programs on 2 DOE campuses, and it also funds positions and activities that support EOEL's other statutory responsibilities, including the coordination of this early learning system. In this upcoming legislative session, our board-approved requests focus on expansion of programs and services directly to children and families, workforce initiatives to help bolster the early learning workforce, EOEL's internal capacity, and support for our early learning board. If approved, the base budget general funds would increase to just over $10 million in fiscal year 24 and just over $12 million in fiscal year 25. It's also important to note that we anticipate having additional funding requests related to new interest in public pre-K classrooms. We anticipate working with the new administration's budget review process. Our priority request is to expand EOEL public pre-K programs. Through our host application process conducted in spring 2022, we identified 20 classrooms that, if fully funded, will be set to welcome students in 24-25. As part of our Chapter 302 L7 and the requirement to provide support to incorporate high-quality standards, principals, and other school personnel have to participate in the induction program in the first year, and the induction program's purpose is to address the infrastructure needed to open classrooms the following year. So as such, fiscal year 24 requests reflect funding needs to implement the induction program, including necessary personnel. The state office teachers are integral to the EOEL public pre-K program and provide ongoing professional learning support to classroom staff, including coaching, mentoring, and consultation. The fiscal 20-year 5 requests include the operational and personnel costs needed to open the 23 classrooms. These costs include one teacher and one educational assistant in each classroom, administrative costs including personnel to support the classrooms, materials, and supplies for each year of implementation. We are also requesting funds to expand family-child interactive learning programs. FCIL programs are multi-generational, culture-based programs that support families to take an active role in the social, emotional, and cognitive development of their children. This is important because these programs set the foundations for families to build nurturing, responsive relationships with their children, which is a key to lifelong success with people that will surround these children throughout their entire lifespan. EOEL currently contracts 2 FCIL programs that operate on DOE campuses, and with an additional $600,000, the state would be able to open up to 9 total FCIL programs. We are also requesting $660,000 for the Early Childhood Educator Stipend Program. The demand for quality early care and education continues to exceed the amount of available and qualified educators. If expansion plans will be successful, we need to continue our focus on bolstering the early learning workforce. Act 210, Session Laws of 21, established the Early Childhood Educator Stipend Program, and EOEL is currently working to finalize the application in collaboration with UH, and are hopeful we'll be able to start administering stipends this summer of this academic year. With $660,000, we are able to support educators who are pursuing their Child Development Associate's Certificate or an Associate's Bachelor's or Master's degree. These funds alleviate the financial burden many individuals face when entering the field or attempting to attain higher educational qualifications by providing financial assistance upfront. We are also requesting an appropriation ceiling of $3 million, the ceiling only, of $3 million for the Early Learning Special Fund. Pursuant to Chapter 302 L5, the Early Learning Special Fund shall be used to support the early learning system. Currently, the special fund has no appropriation ceiling. Hawaii just received notice that we were awarded a federal grant, which may provide opportunities for other funds, such as donations, to be funneled into the special fund to leverage initiatives related to supporting the early learning system. We are also requesting funds to enhance EOEL's internal capacity. So we're requesting 3 FTE positions, of which only 1 needs funding. The 2 FTE positions are counts only, and they're currently temporary positions. One of the filled positions is a contract specialist who's responsible for procurement and contracts and tracking MOUs and MOAs as it relates to programs and services that work with EOEL. And one position in recruitment is a business manager who will be responsible for handling fiscal and budgetary matters, which EOEL currently does not have the dedicated staffing for. The 3rd position is a program specialist who will support existing staff in renewing our 2019 to 2024 Hawaii Early Childhood State Plan, which was the first in our state. The work would include convening and facilitating stakeholders in developing the updated 5-year state plan and identifying subsequent strategic implementation plans. And for this position, we are requesting $65,000. Associated with this 3rd position, EOEL will be working to renew the 5-year Hawaii Early Childhood State Plan, which expires in 2024. As such, we are requesting a total of $480,000 that would be used to commission the study, to update the comprehensive early learning needs assessment, that reflects the landscape more recently to inform strategies and initiatives to move forward. The final request is a request of our Early Learning Board. Our board is requesting $122,800 to fund one permanent FTE position and support the board's capacity to achieve its statutory obligations. The one FTE position was appropriated in Act 210 SLH 21 to facilitate the implementation of Act 46. This position is currently filled. The additional funding request would be used for the Early Learning Board to contract services, purchase supplies and materials, and assist with transportation to help the board effectuate its statutory obligations. And as I come to the end of my formal presentation, I want to thank the state legislature for your sustained commitment, not just to the Executive Office on Early Learning, but to early childhood care and education more broadly. Your commitment supports employers, children, families, and communities in Hawaii as a whole, and we look forward to our continued work together. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Members, we'll open up the questions. Representative Kobayashi.
Head Start has 80, how many, 80 some odd classrooms, so you're like half the size of Head Start?
Yes, so Head Start right now has about 101 Head Start classrooms and 21 early Head Start classrooms. Right now, EOEL has 37 rooms on 34 campuses.
So about a third.
Roughly.
I see. Do you have any plans, or long-term plans, I should say, to grow?
So right now, in terms of our Act 46 and 210, we have a responsibility to meet half of the underserved population, and now it's the next 4 years, and 100% of the currently unserved population in the next, it was originally 10, but now 9 years. So yes, we are anticipating growing, and that's part of our request for the 23 additional classrooms that have been identified through our spring survey, but it has been made known that there are more schools who are potentially interested in opening up, and that would be the next request.
So do you have a so-called 9-year plan?
So our board just created our roadmap, and so in there are some details of how we're planning to grow out the expansion, not just only of public pre-K, but also the whole spectrum of the early care and education field.
I'm sorry, you didn't answer. So you don't have a plan for 9 years to meet your goal?
So EOEL works in partnership with the Department of Education, and also Head Start and FCIL programs and private providers. So we have our guesstimate of how many rooms we need each year to meet our goal, but EOEL must coordinate with everybody in order to actually bring that to reality. So do we have how many rooms we need to meet our goal by the end of 10 years? Yes. What it's going to look like each year really depends on the capacity and funding.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Ward, followed by Kilo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. From what you have outlined, is that modeled after any that are in existence, or do you have what is the most successful early learning program that you know of on the mainland or overseas, and how close to that are you, or are we kind of reinventing the wheel with what we're starting out at?
Okay, so are you asking about the quality of the program that we offer?
Well, no, how you're designing it, either facilities or curriculum or staffers or whatever. Let me back up. What's the most successful early learning program that has really worked, that really gets accomplishments with what these kids otherwise, if they didn't have it, sometimes are prone to fail later on? Is there a model that you're using at all, or you're not using a model?
So
Another-
there are hallmarks of of programs that have great quality, and
And what are they?
so a trained and the trained workforce, that's one of the things. A supported workforce, and that can come through coaching and mentoring, family engagement opportunities, looking at the health and wellness of the children. These are hallmarks of high quality programs.
And you will have all of those from what you've
We
said.
currently do, as do other programs too.
Last question is, how does the Lieutenant Governor interface with your office?
So we have been in conversations with Lieutenant Governor. She is aware of the 23 schools that have already expressed interest in becoming an EOEL public pre-K. She is aware of the portfolio that EOEL manages in terms of the whole spectrum of early childhood care and education. And through these conversations, it has been made known to us that there are potentially more schools that are interested in becoming a part of the EOEL portfolio. And so we're going to be working to flesh that out actually tomorrow.
Will you allow her decision-making in your development? I
I think in our interactions together, I think it's been a big collaborative effort, actually. I don't think that any person is trying to overrun any other agency, but I do think that there's a big desire and a need for us to really fill this need for our communities.
I would suggest listening to her closely. She has a real passion for what you guys are doing, so thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Keela.
Mahalo, Chair. On average, how many rooms are you folks constructing a year now for our early education?
So EOEL is not responsible for construction. In 2020, EOEL did do some renovations to some of the current existing rooms, but EOEL utilizes DOE campuses to run our EOEL public pre-K program. If we want to expand, and if we want to bring this opportunity, we will need to take a look at some facilities needs in terms of renovations so that there can be longevity of the space. Many DOE public schools, enrollment grows and it fluctuates, and what we don't want is for the needs of the community in terms of who the DOE classroom has to accept to displace any pre-K options for the community.
So is it, from my understanding, that you folks want to be freestanding at one point, or you folks will continue the integrated model of using DOE existing classrooms?
So right now, EOEL is using DOE existing classrooms. We do know that preschool spaces, public preschool spaces that are not on DOE campus are under the charter school purview.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, members. Any other questions? Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. We look forward to working with you. As we know, members, the Lieutenant Governor also has this passion, and she'll be before us on the 17th. We moved one committee to allow more time. One briefing will allow more time. So it should be very, very, it'll be one of our focuses this year. So we look forward to working with you. Any further comments or anything? Okay, we'll take a short recess.
Thank you.
Okay, the Committee of Finance will come to order. We have one more briefing before we break for lunch, so we have the council revenues, please.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the House Finance Committee. I guess I timed it a little bit off. I was supposed to be here a little bit earlier, but so I apologize. I thought it would be right about now. Anyway, Happy New Year, and I want to, I've had the privilege of being on the Council of Revenues for the last roughly 10 years. Prior to that, I was tax director for almost 8 years. And in my prior experience, I worked, in DC for the Justice Department, worked in LA a couple times. So I've had the opportunity, I've been blessed with a lot of good experience in taxation, and also being involved with Hawaii taxes. So what I'm gonna basically do is provide an update of our meeting from last Thursday and share with you some of the council's thinking. So I presented a PowerPoint. Did you guys all get the PowerPoint? Okay.
I think so.
So basically what the council did at last Thursday's meeting is the general fund is about 9.3 billion. So we adjusted the general fund down 1 point. We went from 6.5 to 5.5 points. And the reason we adjusted it down was the constitutional refund, which was about, it's estimated at about 334 million. So more than, it's basically 3.5 points. The refund was not discussed at the prior September meeting for the council. So we made the adjustment at the January meeting. And I talked to the prior director of why, the refund was not brought up at the September meeting. And what I understand was that there was some disagreement in terms of how it was going to impact the general fund because of the expenditure ceiling internally within the administration. So I guess a decision was made was it was not agreed how it should impact the general fund. I always thought it impacted the general fund, but it was not, at that point, there was a disagreement, so it was not brought up at the council meeting in September. And it was adjusted at the most recent meeting last Thursday. Okay. The refund will only impact generally the current year, and it basically impacts the first 6 months of the year because most of the refund has gone out already in the first 6 months. So if you look at the second slide of the monthly, for the monthly of December, which is this slide, it's the one with here. Okay, this one. You can see about 8 lines down in bold, you can see the constitutional refund. And you can see for the cumulative amount in the second column is 309 million. So that's the amount of refund that has already gone out for the fiscal year. If you look at the general fund growth rate for the first 6 months, which is kind of before the box on the right side, you can see on the lower right-hand corner, not at the extreme right, but right before the box, the growth rate, despite paying out constitutional refunds of 309 million, is 2.1%. So that's the general fund growth rate, even after the refunds. Another thing I would kind of highlight is the law was changed, I guess, about in the last 2 years, where the TAT, the transit accommodation tax, is mostly going into the general fund at this point. Previously, most of it did not go into the general fund. So that is also another factor when we look at the general fund growth rate. In other words, we're getting more, even we're paying out this amount of 300 million plus of constitutional refund, but we're also getting more from the transit accommodation. But that also occurred in the prior year, to my recollection. If you look at so that's the general fund growth rate of 2.1%, and you say, well, you guys are predicting 5.5%, okay. If you look at the box on the far right, you see that if we take out the constitutional refund, the growth rate would be 9.6%. So in other words, the general fund is growing at 9.6% if we did not have to pay out the constitutional refund. And if you look up at the top right-hand corner, general excise tax through the end of December is up 13.5%. So that indicates that general fund is a good proxy for the business activity, but it also captures obviously inflation. We're all aware of inflation, to gas prices or food costs, and other housing costs have been rising. So the business activity is relatively healthy up to now through the end of September, because it's a growth rate of 13.5% for the first 6 months of the fiscal year compared to the same 6 months in the prior fiscal year. Okay. In other words, from July 1st of 2021 to December 31st of 2020, July 1st of 2021 to December 31st of 2021 was the prior fiscal year, and the current fiscal year is July 1st of 2022 to December 31st of 2022. So the business activity is relatively healthy, but inflation's a factor in that. And general fund would be 9.6 if we didn't have to pay the constitutional refund. Okay, so when we look out for the next 6 months of the year, we're gonna have, generally the last 6 months are bigger for several reasons. One is that the Christmas holiday season, December, where we have a lot of shopping, a lot of tourists, is reported in January. It's reported and paid the following month. So that's gonna show up in the January revenue, all the Christmas shopping. You have all the shopping up to Christmas and after Christmas, where the stores try to collect, they have a lot of sales and they try to clean out their inventory for the next season. And you also have all of the tourists that came here during the holidays. So that's gonna get reflected in January. And the other thing we have is in April, that's when people have to pay a lot of taxes. You have the first quarter estimated payment for 2023, but you also have for the income tax, people that are not subject to withholding, they're not having the taxes taken out of their paycheck unless they have additional income. But you have like all the self-employed people, businesses, they have to pretty much full pay what they owe for 2022 by April 20th. So April and May tend to be big months. We have some refunds going out, but compared to the money coming in, it usually is dwarfed it by, we have more money coming in April. So considering that the last 6 months, we're gonna have the holiday season, and we're gonna also have these big payments coming in April. And if we're 9.6% growth rate for the first 6 months, and we anticipate it could be even higher, assuming the economy continues on its current growth rate, that would offset the 2.1% for the first 6 months of 2020, fiscal year 2023. Okay. In other words, if we average 9.6 for the last 6 months, it would raise the 2.1, we believe, to at least 5.5 is what we're estimating. Okay. Because the big thing is we don't have the $300 million of constitutional refund that went out in the second 6 months. Any questions on? Okay. So I have some other charts that can just quickly go through. The next chart just kind of shows the trend of the prior year, and the dotted line is where we would be, without the refund, and the solid line that gets cut off in December is where we are after the payment of the refund. So you can see that it's tracking pretty nice growth rate, for the first 6 months. The next chart kind of shows the general excise tax collections, which are pretty strong. We're growing close to 10%. And that obviously considers inflation, but it's growing pretty good. The next chart shows you the growth rate over the last 2 fiscal years and the next 6 fiscal years. That's this chart here. And you can see that we have to keep in mind that during the pandemic, that was a very bad year. Revenue went down about 10%. So the base period went down in fiscal year 2020, June 30th, 2020, because the pandemic started, well, we started getting news of closing down in March of 2020. And, but despite the pandemic, and we didn't open up really to tourists until I think October of 2020 was my recollection. And we had the testing at that point. People had to test to come in and out. And I don't think that the vaccine had been widely administered yet. I think it was the following year. But we also had a lot of federal stimulus during that period. We had the PPP loans, if you remember. We had a lot of credits and incentives by the federal government. You know, they would offer very extremely generous credits, the employee retention credit, which became very rich in 2021 and capped out at almost $30,000 per employee, you know, if you hit the maximum. So there was a lot of money coming in from the federal government, and that kind of very much eased the, you know, the adverse impact on economic activity and people having money. And then, so we had a lower base period in the years that's not shown, fiscal 2020. Fiscal 2021, you see that it grew 8.3%, and then it took off to almost 30%, which I've never seen in my last 20 years. The general fund really grew last year. But I think we saw it through a lot of, in a lot of respects, with all, you know, the tourists were coming in, the rates were very high, prices were starting to rise, whether it was at the gas pump or it was at, you know, food. And people were starting to spend money, and there was just a lot of pent-up demand to do things, you know, coming out of the pandemic. So this year we're at 5.5, considering the refund that we have to pay out, constitutional refund, which is about 3.6. Next year, because we lowered the base period, which is the current fiscal year, we increased next year's general fund estimate to 5%. And then we kept the estimates, the same growth rate for the next 5 years at 3.5%. I guess it's 4 years here, but in our report, I believe it's 5 years. Okay. I'm going to skip to the this slide here. The council's outlook remains largely unchanged from September's forecast. And these are some of the risk factors or factors we see that impacted our decision in last Thursday. The first was their constitutional refund, which I mentioned. Obviously, inflation is a factor on the general fund because our general excise tax captures the gross number. So what you pay for gas, you pay at the restaurant, you pay for food, you pay for housing, it's capturing the gross amount. And the gross amount considers, you know, inflation and the rising costs. Potential drag on the economy, an adverse factor is the tighter monetary policy. To control inflation, the Federal Reserve keeps increasing interest rates, and that tends to be a drag, you know, on the economy because it makes it more expensive to borrow, to buy a house, to borrow for your business. Domestic visitor trends have been relatively good, strong. We expect foreign visitor trends to go up now that the world is, you know, opening up. I know flights coming in from Japan, at least we don't have all the airlines flying in, but on ANA, it looks like it's been pretty good, pretty full. There's not as much federal stimulus. The council has discussed the possibility of a recession. I think most people believe that we will see a recession, but the question is exactly when and how deep. I think some of the people are saying maybe it's toward the end of calendar year 2024, and some people are saying it's shallow, but I guess we're going to have to see if it's shallow or it's deeper and how prolonged, how long it's going to last. And some of I think why people have that outlook is that when you look historically, whenever the economy goes down, there's always a dip. It never keeps just going straight up forever. There's always dips, whether it's the stock market or it's the economy. It never keeps going up. Obviously, there's COVID risks, with new variants, and it's getting more acute throughout the world. And China is opening up, and they have had a tremendous COVID challenge. And the question is that going to spread, throughout the rest of the world? Prices of oil increased, but it declined recently. But as demand goes up for oil, as China opens up, so it's going to use more oil, that could also put pressure that prices will go up. And we have the geopolitical events like Ukraine, and obviously the big one in the Pacific is Taiwan. If there was a move by China on Taiwan, that could have a really substantial impact, economic impact. Okay. I just wanted to are there any questions up to now? There's a lot of newer members. Some of you might not, I don't think, when I first started testifying, maybe some of you were still in elementary school. I think that was almost 20 years ago. I wanted to point out a few slides at the end, because I know we have some newer members. So I have, so the Council of Revenues has 7 members. We have 4 meetings throughout the year. The next meeting will be March 15th, right about the time the House budget is due to cross over. The first version of the House budget is going to cross over to the Senate. We also have personal income forecast, which is kind of an indication of how much personal income is available in the state. And those meetings are held in August and November. Council has, of the 7 members, 3 of them are appointed for 4-year terms by the governor. Currently, they're the Vice Chair Newell, Dr. Siderhouse, and Dr. Bonham from the University of Hawaii. The Senate President appoints 2 council members, myself and Council Member Christy Maynard. And then there's 2 members appointed by the Speaker, and that is Wendell Lee and it slips my Wendell Lee and also Scott Hayashi. Wendell Lee is a longtime CPA, retired from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and they became known as Acuity. And Scott he's a tax attorney that worked at with Apple computers, as well as he worked with Carl Williams CPA firm locally. He's now with I think a construction firm. I wanted the final 2 slides I wanted to go over, actually not the final 2, but toward the end, there's just a final few slides. One is this pie chart, which shows the mix of revenue for the state and the counties. And one is a comparison of the national averages, and the other is Hawaii. And the 2 differences I would want to point out is nationally, state and counties rely on about 31% of their revenue from property taxes. And in some states, property taxes is more than real property. It can be on businesses. It can also be on vehicles. In Hawaii, we rely on only 18% of our revenue for both the state and counties from property taxes. So it's quite a bit less. But at the same time, in Hawaii, we rely on our equivalent of the sales tax is a general excise tax. So we rely on 37% of our revenue to come from the general excise tax. Whereas at the national level, the average is 23%. So we're very heavily reliant on the general excise tax. And it tends to be a lot more stable than the things such as like the corporate income tax. And it is in all my experience, I would say many states kind of envy the Hawaii general excise tax because it tends to, on the surface, it looks like a very low rate, but it's because it collects so much money and it's relatively stable. That's why other states like it. The reason it collects a lot of money and it's stable is it's very broad-based. It applies to rents, services, and it's very broad-based. And then also what they call pyramiding. Pyramiding means that in many states that have sales tax, you only pay it one time at the final level. So if you go to Nordstrom's in San Francisco and you buy a Tommy Bahamas shirt, you only pay the sales tax when you buy the shirt at the final level. But in Hawaii, the same Nordstrom's is not only paying it on the final sale, they're paying the 4.5% to the landlord, they're paying the 4.5% to their professional attorneys, their CPAs, they're paying the trucking company 4.5% to, move the merchandise from the docks to their stores. They're paying 4.5% if they have a contract to remodel their their store. So the pyramiding means that I think the way I think about it, on the surface at the tip you see the 4.5%, but underneath there's a lot of tax. There's a tax that is paying to the professionals, to Ala Moana Center, to the trucking company, to the contractors. That's why it collects a lot of money. You can see on the next slide the three main sources of revenue for the state is the general excise tax, the income tax, and now the third source is the transit accommodations tax. It was $600 million back in 2019, but it looks like it's going to be closer to $800 million in the current fiscal year.
Kurt, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Chair, may I interrupt him on this one? Sure. On that. The marijuana tax is huge, but is that under cigarettes or it doesn't show up as its own? Our 8 distribution centers.
I'm not that familiar. How much is it? I haven't followed the marijuana tax.
Chair, what is it, 15, 20? I mean, it's huge. It's more than 10% that they're
10%
taxing.
of?
It was known to be a windfall, and the fact that it doesn't show up is a little bit surprising. Unless your data is aggregated with cigarettes, which is still only 1%.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to check on that.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's in that because the data is from fiscal 19. When was the marijuana tax in place in fiscal 19? That would have been through June 30th, 19. Or was it just started?
It's been a number of years, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
The historian on the finance committee is Representative Kobayashi.
Yeah, it's a special fund that goes to the Department of Health, so it goes in probably in other.
I see. Thank you, Chair.
I can check with the department on that. I know they're going to be here this afternoon, but probably after they get done with
We need to know that because the other windfall is if there's recreational marijuana, it's even going to be bigger. But if we don't even have the one with the medical, we're just sort of shooting in the dark, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All I know when I go to places like Las Vegas, you can smell it all over the place. Yeah. At least well, I'll leave it at that. Okay. I think I just wanted to look at this last two slides. And the slide that talks about resident income taxpayers. This is for individual taxpayers, and what it shows is how it's distributed among the income categories. And it's the taxable income category that's being captured in the category. So you can see, for example, the top income earners who have taxable income of more than 400,000, they only make up 1% of the population of filers, but they pay, I think they pay 2.6 million. I think that was over, I forgot the percentage. It was a pretty big percentage, not quite 20%, but it's maybe close to 18% of the tax. So the top 1% of the income filers are paying a huge amount. And you can see there's a big concentration in terms of the number of filers in the categories of taxable income between 48,000 to 72, all the way up to 300,000 of taxable income. That's where you have 32, you have almost 45, over 45% of the filers are in those categories. And they also pay something like almost half the taxes. So one thing the tax department has that I know we use at times is that, well, the use of federal data is very restricted. They're able to disclose it in broad categories. So they have access not only to the state database, but the federal database, and they can release it if it's like, if it's like in broad categories. So that's a potential data or resource available. In other words, I think once what we did was we tried to locate when the earned income tax credit was being considered, is try to locate it by district. Who's going to get the benefit from that, based on the federal earned income credit? You know, how many people filed in this district, and what was the total dollars paid out? So that can also be very helpful as the committee, deliberates on tax policy. Last thing I wanted to show you was the last chart, which kind of shows, the lower income taxpayers and how they really benefit from the refundable credits. There's like a food credit currently and a renter's credit. And I know, so the people at the lower end tend to benefit the most from the credits. And I know when I was tax director, one of the things I tried to do at least one time a year was to go out and prepare tax returns in one of the low-income districts. And I think a former chair actually put it in the session laws that it was recommended to go out and tax director goes out once a year and prepares tax returns. And why I found it useful is as tax director, normally I would never, hardly ever at all, deal with that category of taxpayers, who weren't working. I was normally working with all these bigger companies or more serious type of cases, as opposed to, someone that had a part-time job or was, working for minimum wage. Normally, those people don't have as much tax problems because they have withholding, and the dollar amounts usually don't warrant the tax director getting involved with the case. But when I went out and it was useful for a number of reasons. One reason it was useful is it saw who are getting these credits that the legislature has decided to give out, the food credit and renter's credit. Is it going to people that really need it? Actually, the first year I went out, I didn't know how to do those credit forms because I never worked with those type of credit forms before because, I was working at private law firms, big accounting firms, and we wouldn't have those type. Our clients normally wouldn't be the people receiving those credits. And I remember I got scolding because I didn't know how to do the credit forms. One of the teenage daughters said, "Are you new doing this?" And I should say, "Yes, I am." I was new. I never did those kind of credit forms. But the other thing, it was extremely rewarding because you saw some of these people who were really struggling, but they were extremely generous, in terms of checking the box and making donations or making their tithes to their church. And I think it's a good experience because then it gives the tax director, you work with I don't think the tax director will work with the credit forms other than that situation, the low-income credit forms. And also you get to see if it's actually benefiting who it should be benefiting. And it also exposes you to a different category of taxpayers that the tax director would normally not come across, because the reality is that tax director is normally dealing with the bigger business, individual taxpayers, or more serious case where someone is really, doing bad things to not pay their fair share of taxes. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we'll open up to questions. Anybody? Representative Ward.
Mr. Kawafuji, thank you
Yes.
for your many years of service and all your qualifications. I'm one of those who wasn't in high school when you were doing taxes. I'll admit
You were
that.
in middle school?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, thank you very much. It's very flattering.
Yeah.
The Constitution sets the legislature as the purse strings holder.
Yes.
But you guys set the amount of spending that we can do. What's the actual number in all this information? How much can we spend, given what you guys as the Council of Revenues by statute say we cannot spend over what you guys say we have as money? So which figure should we use?
The number we have for the current fiscal year is 9.8 billion.
And that's with all of the other
In general
and
fund.
out stuff?
General fund, yeah.
So 9.8 per year.
It increases in the future years.
So in terms of the biennium bill that we're gonna pass, how much is the total that we can spend in the 2 years then?
So the biennium, is it fiscal 20, the current fiscal year and the following fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, so it's about a little over 20 billion,
A little over 20 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty
20 point-
robust,
yeah.
actually.
20.2, I think, is roughly,
Very robust.
in
This-
general fund, yeah.
Yeah,
This is just one.
exactly,
Yeah.
for the general fund. I will pause if others have a question, but I have another question.
Members, any other question? Okay, Representative Ward, you can continue.
From the GG tax increase, you mentioned it's 13.5%.
Yeah.
Do you have, just maybe an hour or so earlier, the governor was standing there and says
Oh.
that he had projected, probably if it passes in the next fiscal year, a climate fee that would be charged to visitors or as an airport fee. Do you have that in any of your radar? Or what about the housing vacancy fee that he's talked about? Because that could bump in, I think he said, was it 75 million or 750 million? It was huge.
So that would be a fee imposed on landlords that.
Yeah, but
have
he said
vacant-
there were, I think, 7,500 houses that were empty, which was huge. I didn't question if that was
Was it,
accurate.
why is it empty? Is it, I mean,
Oh,
is
they're
it?
buying it and letting it sit.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's taking those houses off the market. So he says, if that's one of your houses,
Mhm.
you are going to have to pay this fee. But
Mhm.
the point is, it's not in your projections.
No. And, yeah, we haven't projected, because it's just a proposal
Yeah,
at this point.
exactly.
In fact, we generally don't consider legislation until after the veto deadline has passed. You know, until we make sure it becomes law.
But the Japanese visitors haven't arrived yet either, yet you're projecting a lot of money based upon they're not coming. But, okay, empirically, you've got data that says
Yeah, I
they
think-
always come.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, they love Hawaii, but obviously, you know, COVID and also the strength of the US dollar factors in it too, in terms of, it's not as cheap for them to come to Hawaii because the dollar has been strong, but the dollar has been, you know, it's slowly declining, but it was very strong. I think it was over 140 yen.
The exchange rate right now? Wow.
At one point, I don't know if today it's over 140.
Mm.
But I know like the Chinese yuan or RMB, it changed quite a bit. It was over, I think it was 7.1 to a dollar. Then it went down. It's currently at about 6.73 or something. And that's because, you know, China is past the zero COVID policy and they're opening up their economy.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, Mr. Kawafuji, thank you very much for
Oh, you're
coming
very
in. We
welcome.
appreciate it, and we look forward to your March numbers.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
We're in recess.
And have
Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order we're going to finish up our briefing. Right now, we got the Department of Taxation. Director.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and the rest of the Finance Committee. My name is Gary Sugunuma. I'm the Director of the Department of Taxation. But before I start, may I introduce some of my colleagues? So Corey Higa, our Information Technology Services Officer. Raise your hand. Nikki Thompson is our Tax Services Administrator. Regina Ewan, she is our Tax Compliance Administrator. Lynn Araki Regan is our Tax Collector. Sorry if I'm blocking you guys. Min Meng is our Administrative Services Officer. Gary Yamashiroya is our Public Information Officer. Seth Kobe is our Tax Research and Planning Officer. Kelson Paiva is our Legislative Coordinator, and Deputy Director Kristen Sakamoto. Okay, as many of you know, the Department of Taxation administers and enforces the tax laws of the state of Hawaii and collects tax revenue that fund the programs and services for the people of our state. This is done through the hard work of tax personnel housed on Oahu, Big Island, Maui, Kauai, and even a small office on Molokai. The mission of the department is to administer the tax laws for the state of Hawaii in a consistent, uniform, and fair manner. Last fiscal year, our department collected nearly $10.5 billion. Of that amount, the three highest types of tax collections came from the general excise tax, $4 billion, individual income tax, $3.76 billion, and from the transit accommodations tax, which amounted to $738 million. To kind of give you an idea of the volume of the work that the department does, I got some statistics from our latest annual report for fiscal year 22. So last fiscal year, the department processed 420,000 paper returns, 2.5 million electronic returns, took customer telephone calls amounting over 200,000. And I was talking with Nikki this morning, and she said just yesterday, her office just here in Honolulu, 400 telephone calls. And the 420,000 calls, I should add, that's just taxpayer services here on Oahu. So of course the neighbor islands also receive telephone calls, and there are other offices within the department that receive calls from the public as well. So here on Oahu, we're trying to get the numbers, but just yesterday, 120 walk-ins seeking services at the window here on Oahu. So it's high volume. Processed licenses for GET, TAT, tobacco, liquor, withholding certificates. Those amounted to 44,000. Conducted over 19,000 audits and assessed $195 million. So that was last fiscal year. So the priority and goals of the department is to continue with increasing voluntary compliance. So as many of you know or may not know, that the vast majority of the tax revenue collected comes through people doing the right thing. We have a voluntary assessment and reporting system, and about 95% of the total tax revenue intake comes in through people voluntarily assessing and filing their returns, as they should. So we'd like to, at the very least, maintain that level if not try to increase it by doing things like improving customer service and just making it easier for taxpayers to file their taxes and pay their taxes. In order to improve compliance, then we need to enforce too. And so the compliance part of our department is very important. So investigating, assessing, basically keeping people honest so that we bring the tax violators into compliance and we discourage people from being non-compliant. Another goal is to address the tax receivable balances through active tax collection efforts. And then lastly, I think one of our goals has to be to fill vacancies. And we are making some effort to try to do those. I think we've made up some ground. My understanding is our department had approximately 120 vacancies back in November. And I think as of right now, it's just about 100 vacancies, so we made up a little ground. But we are experimenting we have a pilot project in collections right now for a four-day, 10-hour work week. It's just a pilot project. We're gonna see how that works. We're thinking that may be something that could attract and help us retain our good employees. We are also looking, obviously not everyone in the department would be able to work remotely, but to the extent some of the employees can do it, and there's a lot of details to figure out yet because working remotely with sensitive tax information requires the right security measures to be taken, and so we're still looking at that, but that's something else that at least I'm open to exploring as a way to attract and retain employees. So with those goals in mind, our budget requests, I'm not gonna go through all of them, but I just wanted to highlight some. So we have a request for positions, some here in Oahu, but I'd like to emphasize the positions that we're requesting for the neighbor islands. Filling or having more positions on the neighbor islands will, allow us to better service the neighbor island communities. We can increase compliance efforts and detect, tax fraud in the neighbor islands. But we need the bodies to do that. Some of the communities there are growing in number, individuals as well as the number of businesses operating there too. And so that would be very helpful. And then the other part of our request is maintenance of the tax system modernization. That's really vital to our operations. So we need money to continue maintaining and updating the system, make sure that it's working properly. And the request for additional bodies will also help us with our collection efforts to bring down the amount of delinquent taxes that are owed. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we're open to questions. Representative Kila.
Director, thank you for your presentation, and I think your issue of vacancies is something that plagues not just your department, so I don't think you should feel too much of that burden. But when I'm looking at the pay for some of these positions and the work that they have to do, like I remember working front desk kind of issues, and I think of the scale of this work and the folks that they have to deal with. They're sometimes emotionally charged, very passionate, for better words, right?
Yeah.
And I'm doing the math on some of these positions. They are only getting paid $17 an hour. But they probably are facing more scrutiny than some of the folks making double or triple that and never have to touch customers, right? If we're pushing for the reform, of trying to look for quality folks to handle those things up front. We kind of get what we pay for. And maybe it's not under your purview to set some of those pay grades, but if I'm a fresh 4-year graduate from college, my debt for loans is accumulating and cost of living is also affecting me, I'm not gonna go for a position like this. So if there's any way that we can, and also some of these vacancies were 2018, right? So I'm sure the pay doesn't match, but even then that's more concerning that the pay in 2018, and if we're still pushing for that salary now in 2022, that's inadequate. So please help us help you to figure out how we can fill these vacancies, please.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with everything you just said. Pay is a big challenge, at least for the entry-level positions. And I think as you alluded to, it's not within, these are civil service positions, so it's not really within our authority to raise the pay. So all we can do is look for alternative ways to attract and retain employees, like having a flex schedule, possibly allowing some remote working and things like that. So we're looking at it.
Right, and then on that subject, right, I mean, if we are not collecting the tax revenue that's on the table from illegal operations or activities, that's money on the table that can be collected to help fund some of the issues that we're facing. So I hope some of these roles can get filled, because that's always been the crutch rate for a lot of our departments, not just at a state level, but even at the city when we talk about vacancies. We're not even giving the chance for these agencies to fully perform because they're understaffed. So hopefully when we have the day of full staffage, we can then assess the full performance. So I don't envy what your position is, but I hope these roles can get filled sooner than later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Representative Kobayashi.
In response to that prior question by Representative Kilo, you said something like, it's not in our powers to raise pay. But isn't that what's called classification and PD position description? I mean, that's entirely in your hands.
Yeah, we are already, and thank you, Representative Kobayashi, for that. We have looked at the position descriptions and worked with DHER to adjust some as an attempt to make it easier for applicants to qualify. So yes, that is, I stand corrected, that is within our control, but we are already looking at that option. Yeah, thank you.
What's your vacancy rate?
Vacancy rate, I believe we have almost 500 employees or positions. 75%. 25%, sorry.
Oh.
25%.
About.
Oh, okay. Semi-high.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ayub.
What is your estimate on monies that are currently not being submitted for, or the monies that we're missing for taxing purposes? Do you have that number?
The accounts receivable?
You said you wanted to increase, you're talking about like increasing personnel so that we can capture the full tax, or that people are supposed to be paying. Do you have an estimate of how much we're missing?
Not an estimate. I think what more bodies can do, especially, well, I guess everywhere. I was talking specifically about the neighbor islands, is it will enable us to look at more taxpayers, do more investigations, basically review more tax returns too, just to see if people are remitting the amount of tax that is owed. And so it's a way of just keeping everyone honest. Like in terms of trying to estimate how many people are committing fraud that we can catch and assess them, I don't have that. It would just depend. I mean, unless somebody in my team has done that kind of analysis, I don't think I could supply you with that.
Okay.
But I think it's essential. And then for collections too, I think with more people trying to collect monies that have already been assessed and are owed, then yes, I mean, you have more people to go out there and do levies and do other collection efforts. And so that in theory should allow us to bring in more money.
Okay, I just think that the implication of having more people auditing individuals, the sound of that is hard for the public to understand. But if we're leaving money on the table because we don't have enough individuals, I think that's a different story.
I think it's good for everybody. It's a necessary part of, making sure people are complying. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we're going to ask that you speak directly into the mic. We had a meeting today that they said they were having trouble on YouTube hearing some of the testifiers, so if you can speak directly into the mic. Thank you. Representative Gary.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Director, on the appointment. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Just have a question regarding the tax system modernization. Is that project complete at this point, or is it still ongoing?
My understanding is that it's complete. Maybe I'll have Corey, who's our Information Technology Services Officer. You want to come up? He can give you more details. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the tax system modernization project was a 5-year project that ended in 2020. From that point on, we are still implementing upgrades. We are utilizing the power of the system to harness our tax data, to do more things, more compliance efforts. In addition, we do need additional monies to implement the new tax laws that come up every year. So those are upgrades that we are continually doing.
Okay. Can you just maybe explain a little bit more, like what are some of the efficiencies you've achieved versus the prior system?
So there's a lot there in how we even just send letters, but like one of the projects that we did last year was automating some of our levy process. So there's a lot of manual reviews and checks that go in to see who qualifies for a levy. So we can utilize the system, the data that we have in the system to kind of automate that process and review process to see who qualifies. So it's a lot of things like that. One of the things that we did was a constitutional refund, putting that in, putting all the tracking in there, turning that around in a couple months. We have all that data. We actually implemented additional verification, ID verification on those to fight fraud. So harnessing the power of the system to taking all this, we do a lot of coding updates every time to do the manual reviews that used to be done, and those are now automated by the system.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
It looks like you have requested some items that were not approved by the governor. Some of those look like they could enhance your revenues. Could you maybe give us a rank order of which ones might enhance revenue? I would assume tax modernization would be one of them. Maybe
I think
Neighbor Island.
I guess an argument can be made that all of the asks will in some way
Yeah, but I
put
was
some way.
thinking, we sort of have to prioritize sometimes.
Maybe we're basically asking for everything that we asked for originally, even those items that the last administration struck out. But maybe it might be good if we could take a look at it and prioritize it and get back to you on that, instead of me kind of just trying to. They're all important, but if we had to prioritize it, yes, we can. But I would like to put some thought into it.
Mhm. We were told many years ago that one of the areas that we're missing on additional revenues would be big, complex legal cases that take both expertise and time. Is that still a concern or issue?
I think we have the in-house capability to detect and to identify those opportunities, for sure. And we have an Attorney General's office with experienced tax attorneys that can help us prosecute those claims. And so having more resources is always better. But if you're asking if we're capable of doing all of that work now, I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay, Director, thank you very much for coming in. Again, we look forward to
you.
working with you, and we'll be in touch. Thank you. We'll recess. Okay, the Committee on Finance will come back out of recess, and let's see, we have the Department of Transportation Director.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members, thanks so much for having us today. With us today, we have a whole bunch of people here to answer any questions that you might have, especially considering this might turn into a project status meeting. So I'm good with that. That's fine. Just wanted to share a little bit about the department, and you guys know it better than most because all of you travel. Our highways division, we take care of about 2,500 lane miles. Airports, we take care of all the airports and the harbors. That's the least known, but that's one of the most critical for all of our goods, services, and opportunities coming into Hawaii. We have really good deputies here that are going to be talking a little bit about their programs and their biggest needs. But in general, our overall mission is to make sure we're looking at a safe, efficient, and effective transportation system that supports all of our state goals. Housing, specifically. I know all of you had run on considering housing for our people of Hawaii. Our economic development, our making sure that our educational pieces are taken care of, and our sustainability overall. We're pushing forward to ensure that our resources address all of these needs as we move. With all the other departments, we are still being hit by vacancies as well. We have about 20% vacancies in our department. For us, we never want to add positions or add costs to personnel. So what we're looking at is, of the 500 positions that are now vacant, we're trying to see how many we could potentially eliminate so we can upgrade the others. When we upgrade the others, we can attract more people, we can maintain or retain more people, and look at other types of perks that we can provide for our community, our DOT community, to keep them here, like telework, like the option to work from where you are. So those are the pushes that we have on our side. And I'm going to ask our deputies to come up to talk a little bit about their programs and share their big needs.
Director, at some point, you can stick to your agenda, but if you want to introduce your team or to the members, because they're kind of all new.
Sounds good, sounds good. Well, let me introduce everybody first. Our airport's deputy is Jimmy Tokioka. I'm sure some of you might know him a little bit. He graciously took the job knowing that this is one of the biggest pieces within the DOT that we're going to have to adjust as we move forward. So I'll ask him to come up first, and I'll introduce the next person as it comes up. That's okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I've never been on this side of the podium before, but I'm so happy to be here to present the airport's projects and some of the budget with you. Today I have with me Guy Ichinosubo, back there. Guy heads up our engineering department. Have Karen Honda. Raise your hand, Karen. Karen does our finance and budgeting. So does Linda Fujimoto. Lynn, sorry. And I also have with us Kurt Yamasaki. Kurt is in finance now, and he's responsible over the years for doing a lot of the budget for all of us. So, you know, the issue that we have with all of the airports in the state of Hawaii is that they're all old, okay? Many of them, I'll give you an example, Honolulu Airport from early 1960s. You know, Terminal 1 is the newest terminal, and that's the Inter-Island Terminal. That's from 1993. So these are old airports. Lihui Airport, 1987. Maui Airport, from the late 1950s. Kona Airport, 1970, and Hilo Airport, 1974. So that's just a lot of old buildings that have a lot of maintenance. When things break, whether it's plumbing or drainage, you know, it creates a lot of problems for the airport. So with the direction of Director Sniffen, you know, we're trying to address all of those preventive maintenance and new projects going forward. As many of you have seen when you go through the Daniel K. Inouye Airport, the bathrooms in most of the airports are going to be renovated and should be completed by the end of December this year. So many of them have already been done. That was a big push because everyone who goes to those airports, that's what's important to them. They're going to use the bathroom probably before they get on the plane or after they get off. So a big push was to renovate the bathrooms, and that's going along really, really well. I met with the custodians at Honolulu Airport last week, and they asked me to go look at the Maui Airport because the Maui airports, in their opinion, were the best designed bathrooms to get them cleaned and to be functional. So Chair Yamashita, your manager on Maui, who you know very well, they did an excellent job there. As Director said, we have a lot of issues with employees and trying to keep them hired, especially in the custodian area. A lot of people come in, it's an entry-level position, they can work as a custodian and then they move on to the next position. And then it's hard to keep them there. A lot of times, when we interview them and we tell them that you have to work the night shift because the airport is open 24 hours a day, custodians are there 24 hours a day, and when you tell them that they have to work the night shift, they're not going to work, and they're leaving. So we're going to try to work with the UPW, specifically in that area on contract servicing, because we know that we're short positions. We're never going to take a union position, but hopefully we can try to get some people in to help keep the cleanliness of the bathrooms and the areas for the locals and the tourists. We do have, a lot of projects that are on the books. What I'd like to do is the handout that you see, because there's a lot of new members on finance and a lot of new members in the legislature, these are older projects that have been completed, but the new projects that are on the books, I'm going to ask Guy if he can come up and talk about, some of the new highlighted projects for.
Oh, not right now. Not yet.
So other than that, I guess we can take questions later.
Yeah.
But thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And as Jimmy talked about, and you kind of heard, the focus right now is operations, making sure that the airport that we have operates better than it did before. So we're looking at wait times on checkpoints, looking at the experience that people have inside. Right now, when you get off the plane, all of you guys travel plenty, so you know exactly where to go. But our visitors don't. So when they come off the plane, they don't know where their baggage is. They don't know where to go to their Uber and Lyft. So those are the operational improvements that he's working with his staff on right now, as we're pushing forward on these longer-term CIP projects. One thing we didn't do very well in the past was chase a lot of the federal discretionary funds that are available. So guys pushing forward to ensure that we have at least 3 projects to push on AIP and ATP discretionary funds to ensure that we can maximize that federal dollar during this IIJA period. So that's the push right now. We can talk a little bit more about the projects as we come through. Okay. On the harbor side, Dre's going to come up and talk about her team, or introduce her team and talk about her program a little bit.
Thanks, Ed. I'm Jory Khalili. I'm very honored to be the Deputy Director for the Harbors Division. With me today is our Administrator, Neil Takekawa, our ASO, Mr. Rex Kutagawa, and the head of our engineering program, Nico Salvador. So I don't know if you guys waved or whatever, but they are with me here to help answer any questions that you might have. But basically, just as an introduction to harbors, we have one job, and that job is to make sure that our facilities are available and in good working condition for the harbor users that need to use them. And what that means is our staff are responsible for scheduling the vessels as they come in and making sure that whatever services need to be provided at those facilities are provided at the right time. And so we have 10 commercial harbors, well, 9.5. Hana Pier is part of our jurisdiction, even though it's not quite a commercial harbor. And our harbors are located on 6 islands. And this is important because of all the goods that we all consume here in this state, 80% of those goods we need to bring in. And of that 80%, 98.6 touch our harbor system. So if we don't do that one job that we have, our state doesn't get food, it doesn't get fuel, it doesn't get a lot of the things that we all need to live. So that's the role that harbors plays, not just in DOT, but in our state's economy. We are a self-funded enterprise, so for the most part, every dollar that we spend is a dollar that we have generated by fees and charges that we assess to shipping companies. Those charges, you have a handout in front of you, include assessments we make when a ship enters the harbor, when it ties up to a pier, when it offloads cargo and passengers in some cases. And then we also have rentals and property management that generates revenue. Our request is pretty, I think I'll say slim. We are looking to increase the special maintenance projects that we are that budget. Primarily, those are projects that aren't quite CIP projects, but they're absolutely necessary in making sure our facilities are in working order. And there are some costs that we've observed have been increasing, and we're not alone in that. Some of those costs are insurance premium increases. Cost of concrete has increased 80%. And so a lot, as you can imagine, right, a harbor requires a lot of concrete. And so we are looking to increase some of our our budget to accommodate for some of these increasing costs. And I think the last thing that I'll end with is fireworks. I think it's top of mind for everyone. Harbors is just but one component in the issue of addressing and or mitigating and the solution of what do we do with all these illegal fireworks. So we are happy to link arms with others in that solution, whether it's law enforcement or the shipping companies. But given that our one job is maintaining the facilities, the one thing that harbors can do is if that solution requires it, set aside a facility to pull off suspicious containers for inspection. But we're not responsible for the inspection. We don't have a legal authority to open containers. So as some of those solutions come up, whether they have budget implications or not, we just want to make sure that everyone knows we're willing partners, but we are limited in what we can do with regard to creating that solution. So I will end with that, and at the appropriate time, answer questions.
Thanks, Jay. She's a little humble in her response there. She's been working to ensure that she sees what steps could be taken on the enforcement side, but making sure she has space available. One of the big things that enforcement had pointed out about fireworks. So we pull off this huge cargo. We find all these fireworks. What do we do with it now? So she's making sure that we have space in the harbor to take care of those types of things for holding or for destruction in the future. On the harbor side, she's also looking at ensuring that in order to hit our sustainability goals, she's looking at how we can help in food security. So what we heard from Ag is for local producers, when they go out to their harbors, there's not enough reefer space for them, not enough livestock space in the areas. So these are just colloquial discussions right now. So we're trying to tie into the farmers, to the cattle ranchers, to try and see exactly what these space needs are in what areas and how we prioritize them throughout the state. Okay. The other thing she's looking at is how we can electrify the docks now. We're already moved forward on our PV systems for our state agencies. We're already moved forward on electrification as we go through. Now we're trying to see how we can electrify the docks, those big pickers, those larger pieces of equipment, to ensure that we minimize the fuel that we burn. Okay. So with that, I'll open up to highways. I promised Robin I wouldn't speak about it, and I wouldn't cringe if he made any changes, even though I thought it was going okay already. But.
Hi, thank you, Ed. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Robin Chishido, Deputy Director for Highways Division, and today I have Lee Pasqua, who does our CIP budgets, and Nathan Higo, who does our operation and maintenance. So as Ed mentioned, for us, we take care of all the state highways here throughout all the islands. We have about 1,000 centerline lane miles, 4,800 lane miles or center miles. But right now our priorities are looking at safety and system preservation. Last year was one of our highest fatalities that we've had as for a year. So if you guys have seen a lot throughout, especially in Oahu, we've done a lot of raised crosswalks, speed tables. Recently there was no right turn on red, so I know it's been in the news a lot. So it's been very happy to get on there instead of me. It's been good. But it's something we're doing throughout the state. We're looking at all of our operations on how we do and how we can improve the system to ensure everyone can get home and work safely and things like that. For system preservation, we got to maintain what we have. Building new roads is not, always the best answer. Our undisturbed lands here is, very critical to us, so we don't want to always just expand. And with the new IIJA and the bipartisan infrastructure law, we got a lot of federal money. So we want to make sure our budgets are flexible so we can maximize that federal money. Last year, while Ed was deputy director, we were able to bring in an additional $99 million on top of our annual allocation. And that was because, we targeted projects that, would quickly spend the money and we could really put money down into the state, get people working, contractors, consultants, and things like that, and really show the public that, we're putting their money to work. So.
Thanks, Rob. And when I talk about it, I always just round it to 100 million, but whatever, 99 is okay. So what Rob talked about on the safety side is super, super important. What we've found in the past, we would tell everybody the system is safe, but for the 55% people who are driving drunk, but for the 35% that are driving in excess of 20 miles per hour over the speed limit, but for those people that are driving with the 15 to 20% that are driving with their cell phones in their faces. And we've been saying that for the last 5 years without any change. So what we found is we're going to change the rhetoric. We know people are going to do that. We know they're going to make bad decisions. So we're going to make sure that the system corrects them. We're going to put things in place to ensure that if they are driving drunk or if they are speeding, they're not going to be able to do it over a speed hump. I think Darius in his community has seen it, or Rep. Keeler in his community has seen it. that it helps adjust thought process tremendously. So we've been targeting areas around schools first because we know that's where we have the largest vehicular to pedestrian and bicyclist impacts. We want to make sure that those conflicts are adjusted. Then we can start working with the communities to see that we're better, what other areas are better to start targeting different solutions for those pieces. Robin's also been working on ensuring that we connect up our infrastructure resources to affordable housing. So what we've been doing is working with developers to see how we can incentivize developers to move forward faster. And we worked with Chair Yamashita in Central Maui to ensure that we connected up with a developer at a 1,500 unit development that's coming through to see if we put money into a road that was part of their conditions, how much more affordable housing could we get on top of that? And I think they added to another 15 to 20% of affordable housing in an area where workforce housing was absolutely limited. So those are the types of things that we feel like we can utilize our resources for, especially with the next 4 years of IAG available, to ensure that we maximize these federal funds. Last but not least, I wanted to make sure that Tammy came up to talk story about her administrative division and how they're going to be looking at using resources to make sure we support the modal divisions in the delivery of their missions.
Good afternoon, Tammy Lee, the Deputy Director for Administration. So basically, our core function for administration is in support of all the modal programs. Everybody is interested in human resources. Like Ed said, we have anywhere from 17 to 22% vacancies. So what we're doing right now, in addition to kind of looking to see where we can reclassify positions, is also looking at our entire organization and seeing where maybe a position that was created in the 1960s or the 1980s is no longer needed, and to see where, our needs for the current as well as our needs for the future might be. Some of the other programs is procurement. I know that's on everybody's mind. I know that the process takes a long time. Everyone kind of complains about that, but I think for the administration division, we want to put all of the solicitations on e-bidding. So right now, harbors and airports, they put out their solicitations on HIPRO, which is the electronic procurement that the SPO created. What they do is kind of a hybrid. So for goods and services, they do it the old school, physically open bids, and for goods, they put on HIPRO, and for CIP, they actually go through the contracts office, which takes a while. So what we're doing is creating a process where all of our solicitations, doesn't matter whether it's CIP or goods and services, will be put on HIPRO. And just looking at the statistics, that will cut down, I would say, approximately 20 or so days to our normal hard copy process. But besides HR and procurement, we're also looking across all programs to see where we can streamline processes. From 2018 or before, all of highways has been paperless, even in their workflow processing. So now it's just kind of looking across the other programs to see where we can cut down on those needing for wet signatures and other processes, not recreating our paper process, but going forward with innovation using the kind of innovative or technology that we have existing to kind of streamline processes.
Thank you, Tammy. So when she talks about HIPRO, it's a system that we always use for small purchases throughout the state. That system is being used for all of our procurements now. It's an electronics methodology that allows us to open bids at any time. So once we lock the system in, it's seamless for us as we move forward. Helps us out with our timeframes to procure. Also helps us with continuity and consistency across the divisions rather than everybody doing their own thing. It also helps us on the end for protests as well. It locks down details in the system a lot better than a paper process would have. On the human resources side, we worked with DHERD significantly on the highway side to ensure that we could hire much, much quicker. I mean, the best case scenario is if we can hire a person on demand. So that direct hire process would allow us to compete with private industry to get the right people in. Typical processes for the state can range from 3 months to 9 months to get somebody onboarded. When we worked with DHERD on our wiki process, we can onboard within 5 days. So that now gets us on the same platform as everybody else, the Navy, the private industry. Now it's just perks. It's pay and perks that we got to deal with. So that's where we want to be, and that's where Tammy is going to help us tremendously in ensuring that we can staff our agency appropriately and then give them the right processes to do their work well. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, good job, by the way. So I asked the director if they could give you an overview because many of the members were new of what they do, and we really appreciate what you did. Okay, so for efficiency purposes, we'll probably do it in the same order. So we're going to take airports first, and then everybody ask your airport questions, and then we're going to move on. Okay, so open up airports right now. Any members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Director Sniffen, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
And the gem that you have heading the airports. We're going to miss him. I have a question to, is it Deputy Director Tokioka?
Yes, sir.
Former Representative Tokioka, would you please take the stand? Raise your right hand.
It's Jimmy, Gene. Thank you.
Jimmy, a couple of things that have always bothered us and visitors particularly. The wiki buses at the Daniel K. Inouye, is there anything that's going to be moving sidewalks, or are you going to get new wiki buses, or are we always going to have wiki buses? We're never going to get out of it.
Oh, we're not, as far as I know, we're not putting in moving sidewalks. But Ed and Guy have been working on the wiki shuttle contract. So, Ed, you want to?
Okay.
So we're upgrading the wiki buses. We have 4 electric vehicles coming in this year. 2 of them will start up in June, and another 2 will come in August. So we can start getting away from those gas guzzlers that we have right now and start getting towards electric vehicles. We have a contract right now with UH to consider autonomous vehicles there as well. So in the short runs, we can start looking at, because it's an enclosed area, because it's a low-speed area, it's a perfect opportunity for us to pilot out autonomous vehicle technology in a controlled space.
But there's still buses, though. I mean,
Yes.
so we're never going to get away from buses.
So the way the airport was built in the past really doesn't allow for efficient movement of people until we reconstruct. Right now, the Mako Concourse is awesome. Once we when we reconstruct that existing portion and then build out the Diamond Head Concourse, then we can really look at how people movement works within the airport itself. But at this time, I don't think we can get away from wiki buses to make it
Will
efficient.
the rail fit in well with what you just said in terms of the superstructure?
Absolutely. So we're designing to ensure that we take rail into consideration on how we adjust and add to the airport
And which
operation.
century will that be operational?
You talking about airports or rail?
Yeah, no.
Okay. I gotta stop it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Kahaloa.
Mahalo, Chair. In relationship to airports, I just kind of wanted to thank you for all the support for Kona International Airport since the pandemic and earlier with our FIS, with the one air-conditioned gate in the whole airport, Gate 11, if you're not aware of it. It is miraculous. Just moving forward with the modernization plans, I think in Kona, we felt the changes incrementally more than we have in a very, very long time, or ever. I want to say ever, but I'm a little younger than the life of the airport. So you said 70, so just the incremental positive changes, you can feel the impacts, you can see the impacts, makes a huge difference. And, you know, when the modernization plan first started, it just kind of kept stalling and stalling and stalling. So to see the progression, especially during the pandemic, we're just grateful. And yeah, thank you so much. But I wanted to ask about, we know at some airports, but especially at Kona during the holidays, we have private planes that are parking on the airport tarmac, and oftentimes we exceed the limit, and I've heard that we send them to Maui occasionally. So I wanted to just ask about, are we generating any income from those planes being parked? Because we pay for parking, so should the planes also pay for parking? Just a quick question on that.
Absolutely. So first, for the FIS, I got to thank this legislative body first. They supported it. They got us the funding that was necessary for it. So it allowed us to move forward. For Kona, and you know it better than most, it's an open air airport that's been celebrated for a long time. But because of that open air feel, it caused a lot of problems and a lot of difficulties for us, especially during this past year when a lot of people got held over on their flights with bad weather. It's not lightning proof in that area. People get rained on when they start staying over. So one of the big projects for us is to enclose those huts to move forward with air conditioning and climate control for every place. So that's moving forward. And we can get back to you with details on the timeframes. Now, on the jets, anybody who lands in our airfield pays for parking. So we have limited area that it can park in different airports, which is why we got to send them to different areas. But all of them are charged for their use of our airports. Now, I don't know what the rates are. We have our rates and charges set in our airports program, but I can follow up and get it back to you.
Yeah, if there's any opportunity to generate more revenue for the airports generally, that may be helpful, or expand opportunity. I feel bad when I hear we may have to send jets to Maui, who probably has their own issue with their luxury parking of jets as well.
So for us, we're really cognizant of making sure we bring in funding without significantly impacting our local residents. If we upped our charges tomorrow, we are going to feel them when we travel. So I just want to make sure that we balance those off, and we can talk more story about how we do that.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any Representative Popoy?
Thank you, Chair. I have two airport questions. In the testimony, I saw that it's proposed to move our positions from both Kalaupapa and Hana to Lanai and Kahului. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more to that, the implications for the coverage in those communities and that are losing the positions. Have the positions been vacant for a while now? That's the first question.
All right, Rep. Let us get back to you on that one.
Okay.
I believe the positions are vacant right now, but I don't remember the timeframes for those. We'll get back to you on the implications for both sides, the receiving and the ones that we're borrowing from.
Thank you. And for Kalaupapa, a few years ago in a draft EA for their airport renovations, it was proposed to build a new ARF garage. So just curious how those two things correlate if we're not going to have a staff. But you can get back to me.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
The second question was for the Lanai Airport. With their upcoming airport improvements, in reading the EA, I didn't see any part of the project that would cover like safety regarding air traffic control. So I was just curious if there's any future plans to include or to, look at installing an air traffic control tower or other mechanism.
We can follow up and get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have so many other questions, but I think we
You-
need a
please,
meeting.
please
No,
ask.
no, that's okay for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran, followed by
Thank you.
Kobayashi.
Directors, hi. Aloha. I just had brief question in Kapalua. Any type of, are you in the discussions with the lighting in the evening for emergency purposes only because of, we know, the condition of zoning for Pulalihua below it? So any discussion on that?
Yeah, so right now, that airport went from 20 flights a day down to about 2.5. So we're trying to see how we can activate it a bit more, and one of them is to get lighting in, emergency lighting specifically for emergency situations. So Marvin's working with, he's working on it right now to see what the proposal would look like, so we can go to the council and let them know from our perspective why it would be beneficial to the state program.
Okay, and, chime me in on that too.
Definitely will do.
Coming from there. And then, sorry, Chair. And I just want to say, Kahului Airport is awesome, and you mentioned the accolades. And I know the agriculture inspection section, which I saw Mr. Moniz here, and he's props to him for being such a great manager. I haven't had the tour yet, had the opportunity, but I think it goes with Harbors Division 2, our invasive species issue that occurs, and that's where they come in via boats, barges, what have you, cargo and flights. And so I guess just to roll that out in other places, maybe here in this island where a lot of things come in and out, but I heard, that there's not much opportunity for oversight or what have you in inspecting cargo, what have you. So how can we, address that?
Yeah, if you don't
issue?
mind, let us work with the partners to see.
Okay.
to see where the jurisdictions cross over. So we can have that conversation, we can bring it to you
Great.
and to this body, so we can talk about
Yeah,
how we can
elaborate
progress it.
later. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Kobayashi.
Hello. I'm looking at this first page of financial performance. Was FY '21 simply an aberration in terms of debt service coverage? It looks like debt service coverage went up 65% or so in 1 year. I assume it's an aberration. Or, I mean, you should have the FY '22 numbers by now.
Yes, we do. So I have it back there. We can provide that for you. But we got a lot of that federal stimulus money that was
For '21 only.
for 20 and 21, but basically was applied mostly to 21.
I see. So we can expect that it would go back to previous numbers in
Yes.
FY 2022 or 23?
Probably 23.
23.
Yep. But we can get back to you just to
Oh,
make sure.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other airport questions? Representative Ward.
Mr. Stifford, carrying capacity question. We know when there were 10 million 10 million tourists, Waikiki and all the others could only hold 80%. 20% had to go Airbnb, legally or illegally. Your airport is now being renovated. What is the carrying capacity that you've targeted or that you can actually expect you can handle without difficulty? And is that kind of like maxed out or what? Because you're kind of like in tune with the
Yeah.
visitor industry.
Yeah, so
what do
it's-
the
it's-
numbers look like?
Right now, it's about 30 to 35,000 per day that we can handle, and that's kind of bursting at the seams. That's with 15,000 per day coming in on Maui side, and we can get you the numbers of the peaks that we had seen throughout those periods.
You built for 35,000 or not?
That's what we can handle. I
That's
mean,
it?
that's what we saw during this time. That when we start getting more than that, we start getting some growing pains very quickly.
35,000 times 365 is how much? I don't do math in public. Is that the 10
What does it
million?
come out to?
That's more than the 10 million, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it comes out more.
About 12 million.
About 12.
12,775.
Yeah.
12 million. So that means carrying capacity, 12 million. If we go beyond that with marketing, et cetera, you guys are not ready to handle that.
Well, so I will never be the bottleneck for any of our economic development. From our perspective, if we know what's coming, we'll prepare for it. We know from Maui, we had our 95-minute wait times to get into the airport for last year. We already have a plan to make sure that this year, when it comes again in June, we're ready for it. So we can get that 95-minute down to 25. Now, doesn't take a big amount of money. It's more dogs in those areas that we're going to use to make sure we can speed people through the lines. So as long as we know what kind of peaks we can be preparing for, we'll make sure that we're not the bottleneck.
Do you talk to Mr. DeFries and Hawaii?
We do.
Tourism? Okay,
Yes.
so, because I would think there's some synchrony.
Yeah, we try to tie in as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And so about, we get the calls during the big slam and the people are waiting miles all around the building in Kahului Airport and the awnings went up and all that. And believe, people like, well, can't you stagger the flights? Well, I think that is on the federal level that we have to, if there's an open gate, you have to allow a plane to land. So
Absolutely.
even if it's back to back, that's why we get that,
Exactly.
kind of.
Because
Brent.
where we are and
Mhm.
because of the way the flights are scheduled in different airports, the peak time in Hawaii is always between that 10 to 2 p.m., right? I mean, that's just the lockdown time. Now, we could pull some levers potentially to try and de-peak. We could potentially increase landing fees between 10 and 2. Or we could potentially give some kind of deals beyond it or something like that. But there's going to be implications that flow back down to the passenger that we want to make sure we vet before we do so. But in the interim, we try to work with the airlines as much as possible to try and see how we spread this load throughout the day.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, though.
Okay, thank you. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. Something just popped up in my head. It's about the concessions at the airport. I noticed that they close really early, and when we have these delays, people are just not able to find food.
Yeah, so we were working with the concessionaires during that time frame, especially those those big holdover times, to make sure they could extend their hours. I got to dig more into the contracts to see what we can and cannot require them to do, but we'll follow up on that with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on airports?
Yes, sorry, real quickly, Dee jogged my memory too, going and seeing these concession stands, and speaking of invasive species, they're selling invasive products. So who can control that in the airports? And I'm talking, the ginger, right? Himalayan ginger, we call it kahili because it sounds royal or something, but it's actually Himalayan. So they're selling these different and others in the airports, I see. So they're, I mean, we gotta it's not helping our invasive species situation.
Definitely. So the concessionaires are really good partners. Let me start with them, and we can dig into the contract to see what controls we might have there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to harbors. Members, any harbor questions? Oh, harbors must be doing great. Okay.
I got harbors, yeah. And so I have Lahaina Harbor, and we have the big cruise ships, also Kahului, but I'm more familiar with impacts of the Lahaina Harbor. Just generally, the revenues generated from the ships and also our commercial businesses. Like, is there a formula of percentage that goes back to the actual harbor that's impacted by the, that usage?
So to be clear, Lahaina is managed by DLNR.
Oh,
So on Maui, it's just Kahului Harbor.
Okay.
But to your question about revenues generated, so generally speaking, all the fees generated come into the enterprise, and then, we run projects and operations as they're needed. So I think on the chart in front of you, it shows that Honolulu or Oahu, between Honolulu Harbor and Kalaeloa Harbor, generate about 80% of the enterprise revenue. And some of that, right, goes to our neighbor island districts. So money that comes in goes into the whole enterprise pot and then gets divided as necessary. So it's not like Maui or Kahului harbors only running off of its revenues.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yeah. And Mala Boat Ramp also is a DLNR.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Morikawa, followed by Ward.
Thank you. My question is, by the way, thank you. Kauai's harbors are in great shape. My question is more about the harbor by Nico's in that area where the long liners come in. Do you guys have any jurisdiction on checking what cargo is brought in on those boats?
Yes and no. So if it's the fishing vessels, right, they don't move cargo per se. I might ask Neil to help with this one. Because that's our foreign fishing fleet, I think the control is really through Customs and Border Patrol and not through our office. So, okay, I guess I said it right. So I got the thumbs up. But basically those, right, when in our enterprise, when we think of cargo, it's the Matson Young Brothers Pasha ships that come in and moving containers and bulk cargo. But as far as what they bring in, we don't really do anything with that.
Okay, I just hearing some very troublesome things about cargo that might be coming in that way.
Through the fishing vessels, though. Okay, I mean, if it's more appropriate to speak offline about that, we can make sure that we're doing what we need to do as part of that situation.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Following New Year's Eve and other contraband that's suspected of coming through the harbors, there's always been the proposal, and it keeps coming up, that, hey, we're going to inspect all of the cargo. Is that practical? And if so, are you trying to do any of it? And how much do you actually inspect that comes into the harbor, which is a huge amount, because 90% of everything literally comes through a ship?
Sure. That's a very big question. I think the quickest answer is no, it's not practical. I think of all the containers that come off currently in Honolulu Harbor, the shipping companies are responsible for some inspection protocol and process. And I don't want to speak for any of them, but what I understand is it's about 8% of the containers that come on every ship go through an additional screening process.
8%, you said?
Eight, yes. So I think any details on what the third-party inspection company is hired to do, I would want to defer to the shipping companies to provide that additional detail. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think what we can do is if there's a desire to figure out what level of inspection might not make more sense, but might be more effective in trying to catch illegal fireworks from coming in, we could set aside space to allow that to happen in a way that does not delay commerce, right? Because any delay that happens on the piers means shelves are empty and we can't get goods and what that we need. So we've got to come up with a solution that makes sense, that doesn't delay commerce, but also doesn't, is effective in what we're trying to
I thought there was a technology that is comparable to when you go to the mainland, you got to put your bag through a screening and it goes a zap and then it shows something that's in it or not in it. There's nothing for a big container to do, or technologically to inspect it?
I am unfamiliar with any zapping technology that would catch fireworks.
Well, no, my issue's not fireworks, any contraband.
Oh.
Because all kinds of
Sure.
weird stuff comes through the containers. The fireworks is just one's.
Just contraband in
It's
general.
top of mind after New Year's Eve.
So I think in general, and again, this is something that our shipping companies are much more familiar with, but what I understand from their experience is there's something called improper manifesting, where whoever delivers a container to the port of origin will describe the contents of that container, and it may be labeled one thing, but when indeed there's something else in there. And so I think that's that third-party inspection company, one of their responsibilities is to check all the paperwork, right, to make sure there's no irregularities there. And sometimes there are red flags that come up in that documentation check that triggers additional inspection that might result in discovery of contraband of various kinds.
But only 8% get inspected.
That's
you said,
correct.
right? And of that 8%, how many of actually are getting caught with something that's questionable?
I don't know that. I'd need to.
Could you get back to me on that?
Yes, absolutely.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
Going back to that same line of questioning, if contraband is found, is there a way of penalizing the shipping company or the third-party inspector? I mean, whether the contraband is fireworks or invasive species or, illegal goods?
That's a very good question, and I think it's a little outside the bounds of Harbor's division. And to clarify and to add on to that, I should think about this very carefully. So I think there are various agencies that are involved when handling contraband, and it depends on the origin of that cargo, destination of the cargo. I mean, sometimes it wouldn't be the shipping company's responsibility per se, I think, to identify all the contraband, right? And I mean, and to the point like fireworks, right? It's not always contraband. It's contraband when it's used by someone who's not permitted to use it. So contraband is very broad category. If the cargo is coming from a foreign port, right? Customs and Border Patrol gets involved. If it's coming from a national, like a domestic port, then we have, Coast Guard can be involved, Homeland Security can be involved. If it's inner island, right?
Of course.
So.
But you are doing the inspection.
No, we're not doing the inspection. So the
When
shipping
it lands
companies.
here, who does the inspection?
The shipping companies contract with a third party to do that inspection. And it's to standards that the shipping company sets with that third party to meet whatever regulatory compliance. And most of the regulatory compliance is federal, not state.
So you have no role in the third party?
That is correct.
Inspector?
That is correct.
And
the only role that we have is ensuring that there is a place on the pier or at a terminal for that inspector to do that work.
so if the third-party inspector finds something awry, what do they do? Don't they report to you or?
No. So they would, I mean, it's the shipping company that contracts them to do that screening. So there's a protocol that exists between that inspector and the shipping company as to what to do. And so sometimes, there could be a process where a shipping company deals with the ship, like their customer. I don't know the details of that. We can certainly connect you with the shipping companies who would have that information. But that is really between the shipping company and their customer. Unless, of course, it is something that would trigger law enforcement involvement.
So if they find contraband, who do they report to? Law enforcement meaning?
So if it's like a gajillion pounds of drugs, that would be law enforcement, right? If it's a snake, it would be USDA and or state Department of Agriculture. So I guess it depends on what is discovered and then what the normal response would be, right? Certain items, right, there's a very clear chain of action, and other things it may not be as clear.
How then would you try to inspect further for fireworks, for instance?
So that would be something between the shipping company and that inspector contract. And it could be something like, hey, instead of 8%, try 12%, right? If that's a solution that makes sense for everyone and that's considered to be effective. It could be something like, hey, instead of just looking at these areas of the documentation of the manifest, maybe look at these 6 sections instead of just these 3. So there are ways to expand the scope of the inspection, but again, that's something that we're an arm's length removed from.
I see. So we could expect that DOT harbors would have no role in improving the inspection or decreasing the amount of fireworks coming to Hawaii.
Generally, that's correct. As our role is to make sure the facilities are available and in good working order, we can make facilities available to support that, additional inspection or additional law enforcement work. But for us to get involved, we're generally not legally authorized to do inspections or to confiscate contraband or any of those type of actions.
You can't even confiscate?
We can't open a container. We don't have that authority.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chair, could I follow that up, please? Who pays for the inspection?
The shipping company.
And if we went from 8 or 12% to 20% inspection, who pays for that?
So that would be the responsibility of the shipping company.
Which means the
Correct.
cost of shipping, which is already high,
That
goes
is
up
correct.
even higher. So the cost of safety is not cheap.
That wiser words were probably not spoken. Yes, that is correct.
But it's still like 90% getting in without anything that's a little edgy.
I mean, I think with the various task forces that have been presented with this problem, I don't think the conditions that those, involved in those discussions, I don't think the conditions have changed, right? It's just a matter of, how these things are being brought in and how do we identify that, and then what makes sense for us to flag and screen. And I mean us in a collective sense, and everyone has their own role in that. And I think we're all willing to do it. We've just got to, figure out what that is.
Thank you. It's a tough one. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. And the 25 million slated for Kahului Harbor improvements, can I just get a brief description of what that entails?
Nico, can you?
Kahului Harbor 25.
Afternoon, everyone. Nico
Thank you.
Salvador, Engineering Program Manager for Harbors Division. This is involving a land transaction as well as Pier 2 and 3 improvements, site improvements.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other, Representative Kobayashi?
Do you or does, do any of the divisions, including airports, have any incentive to improve your debt service coverage? I mean, it looks like debt service coverage changed hugely with federal stimulus funds, but then it goes right back to, quote, normal again. I mean, your bond ratings don't change when debt service coverage changes this drastically?
I want to make sure that we are looking at the right page. So are you looking at this?
I'm looking at financial performance.
Okay, we are looking at the same page.
Yeah.
So our debt service looks to be improving. Neil or Rex, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I think some of the dip in the debt service coverage may have been attributed to the pandemic with
Right.
just shifts in cargo volume. But as you know, we're responsible for our own, like you said, bond rating. I think our bond rating has been either increasing or very stable. I think we're actually in pretty top shape.
So I think for our bond rating, we try to make sure we balance out our use of our cash and what we bond out pretty judiciously. And our bond rating is actually better than the state's, but the state holds us back. So, and we want to make sure we keep that bond rating.
But you don't have any incentive to improve your debt service coverage and hence improve your bond rating.
So I think we have significant incentive to build out more improvements on the system, more infrastructure that benefits the state of Hawaii in whatever way we can. So in areas where it makes the most sense for us to use our cash on hand, we'll definitely do that. In cases where we need to ensure a big project moves forward very quickly, we'll definitely bond it out. We'll make sure that we set plans to minimize our debt service throughout.
Mhm. So, did you see an improvement in your bond rating through the COVID period when?
So we didn't see a reduction. What we saw and what we're targeting was in general, and maybe Tammy can speak to us a little bit better, but in general, we just wanted them to say, we didn't want them to downgrade our bond rating. That was a big thing.
So thank you, good question. So for the Highways Division, I was the Administrative Services Officer. So in 2019, we issued bonds, I believe it was 100 million. And then in 2021, we issued 180 million. And in 2021, it was kind of a different transaction. You know, the interest rates were really low. We did it in support, of course, of our CIP program. But at that time, you know, leadership was, we want to get everybody in the construction industry back to work. And so, you know, that's why I think based on our needs, all the projects that were ready, we issued those bonds. Internally for the Highways Division, you know, our covenants say that, what is it, 1.2? Or our coverage is about 1.2. But we have our own internal policy that the coverage will never dip below five times coverage, debt service coverage. There will be times when they do increase, but, you know, it's basically because of the market at the time, but we really try, and that's like 3 times higher than our covenants.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is that we're looking at a proposal by the governor to increase our so-called rainy day fund by $500 million, $500 million. So part of the reason for doing that is so that the Wall Street bond raters would look favorably on Hawaii. I'm asking, and there doesn't seem to be an answer, you folks don't seem to have any incentive to increase your bond rating by some sort of internal mechanism. Or is that not true? You say highways is trying to do 5 times, airports and harbors are looking at 3 times.
I think what we do when we do a bond transaction is that we don't quite decide, okay, interest rates are low, so we're going to go out. I think the decision is based on need. And so during the pandemic, like Ed said, the highways bond is connected to the state geo bond ratings. But during the pandemic, we didn't get a downgrade. I think when the state, we didn't get a downgrade, and we were stable. And that was for 2021. So, I mean, our incentives are basically based on need. If we have a need to do a bond transaction in support of our CIP program, then we decide to do one.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other harbors questions? Okay, we'll move on to highways. Highway questions. Representative Keeler, followed by Ward, followed by Lomsao.
Mahalo, Chair, and I just want to thank you folks for your very in-depth presentation, and this has probably been one of the cleaner presentations with the smoothness of it. So Director Sniffen, congratulations. I've appreciated your work and commitment to our district. Robin, we have a lot of work to do, and I just wanted you to maybe touch base and share with the committee on some of the new projects that you have lined out, like what was done in Eva Beach with the new sustainable project, as you folks are looking to repurpose rubber in many different forms of ways of how we do transportation here in the state.
Yeah, so some of the new things that plastics in the pavement, I believe you're referring to.
Yes.
So that was something that just started. We're going to pilot. We got a small grant for about $300,000 to go look at that and see what we can do with all the plastic waste that comes up in the ocean. So that project was done, and I think we use plastic and we use a high wrap where we reutilize the asphalt that was taken out from old and put back into. And so we have those two pilot going on at the same time, and also we did one with the regular polymer modified asphalt just to test and see how those three can perform.
So when we start moving forward with these green pavements, to make sure that we can start turning trash into better materials for our system, we want to make sure that we do it judiciously. So one of the discussions that we had in the past was reutilizing tire rubber. Very difficult concept. Very difficult because you could do it in two ways, right? One is taking up the rubber chips and putting it into the mix and using it kind of like an aggregate. What we've seen in California and Washington is that starts degrading over time and starts going into your watershed. It's been affecting some of the streams in Washington State. So that's not a method I would go to. The other side is putting it directly into your binder, making sure that you melt it into the binder. It's a lot more infrastructure that you need to set up to get that done right. So we're not ready to move in that direction yet. We want to make sure that we perfect the plastics in pavement, especially because we've been funded on the federal side to get that done. Then we can start moving forward on those other initiatives.
Oh, and it's a beautiful road, and for the representative from Eva Beach, I want it to be known, you ever want to do pilots and you want to choose a district, keep District 44 in mind for some pilots. But the road is still black, I mean, months afterwards, so it's beautiful. So I look forward to working with you folks, and thank you again. Mahalo, Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
I'm impressed. I haven't seen that. Plastic highways. Sounds very intriguing. This is a controversial one, but and I think it's your kuleana. An update on the red light cameras. Any progress? I didn't see anything in the budget that you're making any money because it's not really implemented yet, right? But it is your kuleana for the red light cameras, which a lot of people are very anxious to see how you're going to do it and if they're going to agree with it or protest like they did the van cams.
Yeah, so the red light camera, there was 10 intersections that was for the pilot project. So I know we've have at least 4 or 5 that's already up and running. You know, initially when we put the cameras out, we sent out warnings, and I think that goes on for several days. And after the warnings, then it's actual citations.
You send the warnings to the ones who run the red light?
Yeah.
So the way we set the program, and it was through the legislature that this wisdom was put in place. We're starting only in the Honolulu district first to make sure that we can start seeing how we can run the process without putting too many resources in play. Because it's only in one court district, we can just add 2 positions on the police side and 1 position on the prosecutor side to make sure we can take care of all the cases in this area. Those 10 intersections are all in the Honolulu district. 5 of them are up right now. The way we set it up was to ensure that nobody got caught off guard by it. We put up a 60-day educational period beforehand. We have 30 days of warning. So if you run a red light at an intersection after we put up that 60 days of education, you only get a warning. After that 30-day period, then we start the citations. The great thing is, from the baseline data, we saw like 20 to 25 red light running per day. When we started sending out warnings, it was down to about 10. Now that we started sending out citations, it's down to about 3 or 4. So each iteration, we got lower and lower, which is what we want. So in the end, we are hopeful not to make any kind of money off of this as much as possible, because the whole intent is to make sure we just stop people from running red lights. So the whole adjustment, right, educational period is fairness, right? This is not like band camps. You're not going to just pop up all of a sudden one day. This thing's going to be in your face. You get signs in front of you that say there's a red light camera at this intersection. We're going to run the educational period throughout the 60-day period. We'll make sure you get warning. So if you run the red light after that, that's on you. I mean, so that there's nobody going to be caught by surprise by it.
It sounds very fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Where are the big four, though? What intersections do I have to avoid?
So let me get you the list of the 10 that we're doing and the 4 that are operational right now, okay?
Is that private? Where are the 4?
No. It's not private. So it's they're on Vineyard. Three of them are on Vineyard right now.
Oh, 3 on Vineyard?
Yeah. So 3 on Vineyard, I think 1 on school.
Okay.
But let me get you the list of the entire 10 and the 4 that are up.
It looks like it's working in the sense that you've kind of Pavlovian trained the drivers to not run red lights.
And that's the whole intent. The whole intent of the infrastructure we're trying to put in place is to make sure that we change the driving culture. To make sure that we start reducing speed on the system first, getting down to the speed limits. And of course, second, that people are actually following the street signs and the signage that are out there for everybody's benefit. That's the intent.
If I run the red light, how soon do I get the ticket?
Like almost immediately.
Okay,
So,
because
yeah.
that would be key, so they have
Very quickly.
Sure.
And with that ticket, you get a picture of yourself running that red light. So
of the license plate, not
yeah, of the license plate, yes.
Last question, Chair. Basically, you guys are refunding. When we talk about bond rating and all that, essentially, most all of your departments, Mr. Sniffen, are self-funding, correct? I mean, you don't kind of need this committee very much. But you do, but you don't.
Yeah, so we do in that this legislative body still appropriates the funds that we use. So without your support, we cannot move forward on the projects that we have.
We
cannot
don't give you many funds. You've got your own funds.
Yeah,
okay?
well, it's not our funds though, but it's still the state's funds that this legislature appropriates to the department. So we try to be as judicious as possible in the use of our funds. We also try to get as much flexibility as possible to ensure that when we get discretionary funds or potentials from federal government, we have the state funding to match anything that might come through. So the support that you guys give us would be tremendous in ensuring that we can deliver for the public.
Thank you for that. It's encouraging. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Morcal.
Mine is red light again. Sorry, because I drive through it every day, and we're from Kauai, so we're kind of. If you could see the countdown, no problem. But other than that, it's like musical chairs. It's like, do I go? Do I not go? When is it going to change? But I noticed that when the traffic is bad, people get stuck. They're actually in the intersection on a red light. Do those people get fined?
No, you don't. So the way we set it up is by intent. If you go into the intersection prior to it turning red, if you get stuck there, you won't get a ticket for it. Now, you might get pulled over by police for blocking an intersection, but not gonna be from the red light cams. For the red light cams to snap on you, you got to enter the intersection 1/10 of a second after it turns red.
Okay.
And after you enter it, and you got to enter it with some speed. So if you accidentally pulled up too close and you crossed over, you're still not going to get a ticket. It's looking at the speed that you're going through.
Okay, and one more thing. In California, I noticed that they have big signs that will say what the fine is. And I think that's a big deterrent already. If you see how much you got to pay for running that, you're going to
That's a good point. That's a good point. And we don't do that well enough. I think we did that with parking signs in Kauai. And from that, it's been deterring a lot of people from parking next to the park, yeah?
Right.
So we can start looking at that too.
Okay, and just one more thing. In Waimea, Kauai, I don't know, there was a lot of improvements done because of a light that we have, Waimea Canyon Drive, which is great. I love it, but some people don't. But I also noticed that you guys put a speed hump on the main road, and I don't think drivers were notified about it, so you see these boats going across and they're flying. I think one of those light things actually came off the trailer,
Yeah, so-
which means they were going very fast.
Yeah. So we try to get out at least, information to the public at least 2 weeks before we start installing those. And during the time we install them, we have electronic message boards come up to say it to everybody. There's speed humps in this area. We get 3 signs before it, and we get markings on the road before the speed humps. But I mean, this is the force of habit, right? That we're trying to break with everybody. After that boat hit that speed hump, I bet you they never speed to that corridor again.
No, a lot of people really slowed down. And it's great because it's very close to a school.
Yeah,
And actually, that whole area is a school zone, so
Yeah.
that was good. So I'm thanking you,
No,
actually.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. Any questions? Representative Chan, followed by Kobayashi.
Hey, thank you. I have a specific question on the intersection. I was looking through your biennium projects and noticed it wasn't listed, but this is in my district. It's in Pearl City. It's intersection of Kamime Highway and Acacia Road. I just want to know if there's any plans of DOT to address that
So
intersection.
I don't think we have plans for that one, but I think we're working with HART for an adjustment in that area. As they took over that portion as part of their project, part of the project was supposed to be a crossing in that area, a pedestrian crossing that they're not getting around to build for another 5 years or so. So just be putting in some improvements in that area to make sure it's safer for pedestrians and more efficient for motorists going through that area. But let me follow up on that one, okay? Let me have Rob follow up on that one and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
I'm looking at this table that you passed out, highways, diversity of pledged revenues. And it looks like there's like a 30% or 1/3 increase between 2023 and 2024 on rental tour vehicles surcharge. Is this based on all the fees staying the same, or is there an increase
There's an increase. So
planned?
Yeah.
Or is it already legislated?
It was already legislated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We worked with the legislature last year to make sure that through this IIJA period, there was sufficient funding, state funding, to match the federal funds that are available. As Robin had talked about like 99 million at the end of that last year, in addition to our overall federal projects. We also got, for the first time, 4 discretionary grants that are running concurrently in Hawaii, 2 at the state and 2 at the counties. So just having that additional funding to allow us that flexibility to fund some things with state funds versus federal funds, that makes them go a lot faster. And also that flexibility to match more discretionary funds coming through was tremendous. So last session, there was 50-cent increases every year for 6 years.
Why is there a 3-year dip on weight taxes from 2020 to 2022?
I'm not sure. I can follow up.
I mean, the others don't
Yeah.
dip.
Yeah, everything else is pretty constant, right? But I can follow up on that one.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward, followed by Cochran.
Mr.
Sorry.
Sniffen, speeding is a big problem in all of our districts. Many people would like to get more speed bumps. Is it like pulling teeth like in the old days, or is it getting better?
Not at all.
Because there's more of them out there now.
I'd love to put them in. So did you
say that again?
I love putting them in.
That's music to the ears of some of my constituents.
I'm serious. So for us, and again, if we look at the system that we have, every year we have about 107 people who die every year. Now, perfect world. Everybody follows the rules. Everybody yields to pedestrians and bicyclists. But right now, and I'm sure you guys have all seen it, the driving behavior got a little bit worse through the COVID period. So now you see a lot more people taking more risks on the highways. What I'd love to do through these programs that we have right now, including the raised pedestrian crosswalks and speed humps, is ensure that we start re-educating drivers on how to drive our systems. So on the Leeward Coast, we put in a bunch of them. I mean, that area was one of the most dangerous areas to drive throughout the state. So we want to reset things there with the support of the community. In all of the areas that we started, we made sure that we started with schools to make sure everybody saw it would work. And after that, we're getting more calls and more requests to put more in.
How long does it take when you make a request?
So typically, it's 3 weeks for us to get out there and get it done.
3 weeks only?
Yeah. We're pretty fast.
You're still with the government, right? I mean, that's impressive.
So again, this is a safety issue. So if we can improve safety, we're going to do it as quickly as possible. So we have another 40 or so planned. And if there's areas that your constituents are requesting it, let us know, and we might have something already planned in those areas.
I will talk to you afterwards. This is very, very key. Thank you. That's a great takeaway for today. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And just, you folks are recently in West Maui Civic Center and shared a roadway realignment, Ukumehame, just off the Pali area. So can you, that our community is really clamoring and has been for decades on the extension of the northern bypass, Lahaina bypass. So there hasn't been any discussion on that.
Yeah.
So where's that on your priority, if at all?
It's not right now. So if you look at the way we prioritized, and we went south first. We went south first because there's a couple of things. In the IIJA infrastructure or the infrastructure bill, it prioritizes maximizing your system, the system that you have. It also prioritizes sustainability and resilience. So we knew that once we started putting forward a project, a discretionary project that helped us move that highway away from areas that are already being impacted, we knew we would be a really, really strong candidate for the funding. And because of that, we got $24 million in federal funds specifically for that route. Senator Schatz graciously jumped in with another $22 million. So we got half of the project funded on federal side without even touching our overall authority yet. We knew that we would get that. Moving north, in general, in the new legislation, there's no support for it. Mainly because it's a new capacity project that takes up existing green space. Very difficult to fund like that. Now, that being said, it's still on our long-range plan. It's still a project that we're still going to look at when resources are available, but it's not prioritized in the next 2 years.
Okay, Chair. And so, well, because with the northern bypass, as my understanding is there was a funding mechanism for it to roll out. It's pretty much a shovel-ready project versus the roadway realignment. Yeah, it needs to happen also. But already at that meeting, there was people stepping up going, there's going to be some litigation happening, kuleana, cultural aspects of it. And then the shovel-ready project, was supposed to go with rental car, the surcharge, but then COVID hit. So that went down the pipe.
Yeah.
But there's huge projects that have that northern bypass incorporated into it, such as DHHL, Kaanapali 2020. The West Maui Hospital wants to come up online. That we need that bypass, and it just to alleviate just the congestion and what's happening on Highway 30 below. Pulelehua is slated just below Kapalua Airport. So all these things are contingent on that. And the community, as you have heard throughout, as I said, probably generationally, it needs to move forward. So if there's any way, and I think through, legislatively, my counterpart of West Maui and that area, we're going to hopefully change the mindset, because it just has so much positive impact should it get built out. And money-wise, we believe there's enough to go around, and with that one being funded, great. But unfortunately, speaking to the people of the area, they're not all that happy, where we want to realign it to. So I just wanted to put that out there.
No,
just the word on the, the
appreciate you bringing
street
it
is
Because
saying that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because it's the same conversation we have with a lot of communities. Leeward Coast is one. They have one access in. They drive an hour, 15 minutes both ways if traffic is good. So they've been looking for that $400 million improvement in their area for a long time. Big Island is another. Kauai High bypass, if you want to call it. It's a $600 million project that we put on the shelf for a while now. Kapao bypass is another one that I had to tell Senator Kochi that we couldn't build. So these are difficult decisions for us to make overall. It was easy decision for us to make to go south versus north. Easy decision because if we go north and south gets inundated, there is no highway. So going north to move it out of the inundation zone, easy decision. It was also easier because 45 million of the 90 million was already paid for by the federal government. So it was an easy way to go. Very difficult for me to see that we got to have another 75 to 80 million to go around just for Maui. Specifically when we're building out that $90 million one plus the $30 million Punene Ave widening. So we can talk more about it, but we're looking at it from a statewide perspective on this.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, real quick. So then if I'm looking at the Poly itself, the one tunnel, that area, when that shuts down, the entire, now we're dead stop. We can't even get in or out of West Maui. And so not sure if your office or anybody has ever looked into what is an added sort of how can we improve the Poly Road? And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Hans Rieke. He passed away, rest of his soul. He had, as an architect, he had a plan. So not sure if on your books or in anyone's files or somewhere there's that plan. And it was similar to what I see on Nimitz here. So you're just following the existing footprint of the actual roadway now on the Poly, and you just go up. Pillars, whatever they're called, and you build like 2 lanes one way, 2 lanes the other. So now you can, no head-ons, right, that happen. And if you have to shut one down due to an accident, you can use the 2 lanes, counter, do 1 lane in, 1 lane out. So just wanted to ask if you're aware, heard of it, and ever you think, is it a possibility to just start, I don't know, planning and design now or something?
I think it's always a possibility, but when we looked at it before, several scenarios. One is the Poly has always been the bottleneck. So to get around that tunnel portion, 800 million. I mean, from the tunnel itself going down, 800 million that we don't have. So there's always discussions on how we can improve things in that area, but that price tag is always going to be there. So those are the considerations.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions on highways? Thank you very much. Administration questions? I guess we asked them earlier. Okay, Director, thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you,
we'll
Chair.
Look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, we're adjourned.